After our recess last night, I would call our convention back to order, and I will turn the mic and the gavel back over to our convention chairman, Senator Dave Thompson.
Good morning, everybody. Great to be back here, and I'd like to start by thanking the folks that took me out and entertained me in the city of Duluth last night. You know who you are. I'm sure my optometrist would recommend that I get my contacts out for at least 45 minutes, and thanks to your hospitality, I almost did. So, just so you know, I get punchy and surly when I'm sleep deprived, so this might be a long day, and it won't be your fault. No, it is truly great to have you here, and looking forward to a fun and interesting day. First, I would call the convention to order, as Keith Downey already has, and I would now ask you to join me. Please stand for the presentation of colors conducted by the Duluth Honor Guard.
Hold. Left. Peace. Post colors. Post. Present. Go ahead
I now call on Morvet's chair, Mike Cummins, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I now call on the North Star Boys Choir to lead us in the singing of the national anthem. All right, folks, you may be seated. Thank you. And by the way, if you'd like to hear more of that wonderful North Star Boys Choir, they will be holding a concert this evening at 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. at the First United Methodist Church to help fund their European tour. 5 o'clock tonight, North Star Boys Choir to help fund their European tour. All right. All right, very good. And I'll now call on Justin Creek, the pastor at Cotton Community Church, to lead us in the invocation. I apologize. I will have you stand again. You need it, though. You know, we did a lot of eating last night.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to the 8th Congressional District. Welcome to the city of Duluth. It was 20 years ago, almost to the day, that I, as an 18-year-old, came here for my very first Republican State Convention. It was during the heated Boschwitz-Mackesy endorsement fight, and I had to leave early in order to go graduate from high school so I could come back and vote a little bit more. So glad to see all of you. This is a beautiful sight to see all your faces up here. Let's go ahead and bow for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you today with humble hearts as we recognize you for your love, your wisdom, your strength, and the undeserved gift of grace that you have extended to us through the sacrificial death and abundant eternal life granted to us through your Son, Jesus Christ. Lord God, I thank you for the life and presence of each and every person that you have brought here safely today. I ask that you bless and protect their walk in this life and give them the strength to live out victorious lives that are pleasing to you according to your plans and purposes. Lord, we recognize the hand of providence that you have extended to our nation. We know that we have been blessed as a peculiar people that you have set apart from the rest of the world to be a witness of the full gospel message and a beacon of hope, freedom, and liberty for the people of this world. We ask you for forgiveness for the sins of our nation. You asked this of Ezekiel. You said to him, "Son of man, can the dry bones live?" And Ezekiel said, "Sovereign Lord, you alone know." And then you said to him, "Prophesy to these bones and say to them, dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. I will make breath enter you and you will come to life. Then you will know that I am the Lord." We ask you, Heavenly Father, to restore and give life again to the dry bones that are in our churches, our families, our governments, our schools, and our communities. We ask that you help them to be places where you are recognized, worshiped, honored, and loved. We pray for leaders in our churches that are dedicated to your word, for fathers and mothers who protect the integrity of their homes, for elected leaders who stand for your laws and the just laws of our country, for the safety of children in the classroom, for the sustenance in the homes of our families, friends, and neighbors. Father God, your word reminds us of the words of your Son who said, "What shall I say? Father, save me from this hour. But for this purpose I came to this hour. Father, glorify your name." We plead with you to allow leaders in our nation to come to a place of power where our nation can once again be the very best that you intended it for it to be. And we pray that you will give them a divine sense of purpose and the knowledge that they have been chosen this very day to be men and women who fear you, who pray without ceasing, who arise each and every day with a calling from on high, to walk in light, not in darkness. Bless their steps, make their paths straight, and lead them through the narrow gate of righteousness. Lord God, your presence and mercy is abundant because you would have it that none should perish. I ask that you fill this room with your Holy Spirit, that you cause it to fall upon each and every soul that is listening right now. Awaken their hearts to a need for your forgiveness and the salvation of your Son, Jesus Christ, so that each one will come to know you personally and be counted among those who will share in eternal life. Heavenly Father, because Jesus left to prepare mansions in heavens for your people, we know that he will come again to take us home. Send him in your holy and blessed timing, and while you tarry, help us each and every day to be more like you. We ask all of this in the name of Jesus Christ, and all of God's people said, amen.
You may be seated. Thank you, Pastor Creek. Appreciate that. I will now look to see if Linda Prestis is ready to, and potentially Jonathan Thomas, if this is a tag team effort, if we are ready to deliver an updated credentials report for the day. She's on the way. Don't we have music for her? Let's go. Right. Yep. And while Linda's on the way here, we are going to get a little bit of a greeting from Christy Stokes, who's going to welcome us to the convention. Welcome, Christy Stokes from the Duluth Greater Downtown Business Council.
Well, good morning, everyone. What a glorious weekend in Duluth. Sorry you have to be inside for a while, but I know you've got a lot of work to take care of. As president of the Greater Downtown Council, I want to welcome you to our fine city and to the beautiful Duluth Downtown Waterfront District. You know, we have about more than 50 restaurants in our downtown. We have miles of skywalk system, picturesque lake walk, plenty of things to do, and I think some of you may have even found some of those breweries and pubs and all of the great nightlife that we have. So hope you had some time to enjoy it last night. Well, this is really a jewel on our waterfront, the Duluth Entertainment Convention Center, so it's great to be able to be hosting you here. I want to share a quick story, and that is I'm involved with the International Downtown Association, so it's made up of my counterparts across the country. And we were meeting, and there was probably about 25 or 30 of us at a table doing introductions. And these were individuals from England and from Italy and from Canada and various large cities across the country of the United States. And I got up and I said that I'm from Duluth, Minnesota. And the representative from the LA Fashion District, which many people know, stood up and said, "Duluth, I love Duluth, I've been there." Well, hopefully many of you have a story to share like that too. Hopefully we're giving you plenty of reasons to love Duluth. How many are sticking around after the convention? Do we have some folks that are going to have some time to enjoy? Please get out, enjoy, explore our community. There's plenty of things to do. The weather is great. And feel free to spend some money. I think my members would really appreciate that. We represent a lot of businesses, more than 350 in our downtown waterfront, and so they welcome you to come visit them as well. Again, have a great time, get some work done, and thank you for choosing Duluth.
Now we're ready for you, Linda. Sorry.
Good morning. Okay, again, in interest of time, I'm not reading 4 pages of credentials reports. What I'm going to give you are the totals. We have 2,216 allotted delegates. Currently, the snapshot in time is 1,184 delegates present, 366 alternates present. Seated are 1,519. According to this, that was run about 5 minutes ago, there are 31 alternates here that are currently not seated. And so I'm going to tell you the delegations that have some alternates that can't be seated. Big Stone County has 1 waiting, Clearwater County has 1, Cook County has 1, Goodhue County 3, Grant County 1, House District 7A 1, House District 7B 1, House District 66A 2, Jackson County 3, Kennebec County 1, Lake County 1, Pennington County 2, Senate District 49 5, Senate District 59 2, Senate District 62 1, Senate District 67 2, and Sibley County 2, and the Hispanic Republican Assembly, 1. If you have made arrangements of where your alternates are, please go get them at this point. If you are an alternate and are waiting to be seated and have not made arrangements with your BPOU chair, be in the tunnel. They will find you in the tunnel. CD chairs, please go to the end of the table over there and pick up the voting cards so that the delegations can be seated. I've also been asked to announce that if people want to help tally the votes today, they also still need volunteers. Tell them over at the table of the where they have the ballots. If you have any questions about your delegation, the guru of all registration, Jonathan Thomas, and my co-chair is on the back corner back there. Please come back and see us. He's waving his hands right now, and we can print you a delegation list. That's my report. I move my report.
All right, folks, we've got a guy ready to come up and speak to us now that I've known for a lot of years, and few people have given more to the cause of public service than Rich Stanek. I couldn't even tell you exactly when I met Rich, but it's many, many years ago. And as we know, he spent time in St. Paul, and he has spent many, many years in Hennepin County. He's a law and order sort of a guy with a sense of humor. And I'm going to miss a lot of people when I leave Minnesota, and certainly Rich Stanek is one of those. So please, let's give a warm welcome to Hennepin County Sheriff Rich Stanek.
Come on, you can do better than that. Yeah? Well, good morning, everyone. Did you guys have fun last night? All right. Well, Senator Thompson may not remember, but I remember where I ran into him. We'll save that for another day. Hey, thank you, Chair Downey and the State GOP Executive Committee for having me here this morning. And thank you to all of you for spending your Saturday, beautiful Saturday morning with us. So, if it's time for our state convention, it must be time for another round or two of a little shooting straight with Sheriff Stanek, right? Can you say that? That's right. All right, that's a pretty good theme. So, what county do I live in? What county do you live in? How many sheriffs are there in Minnesota? What? Back to the civics lesson. How many sheriffs are there across the country? No, there's 3,104. And they're all coming to Minneapolis next month, the third week of June, for the National Sheriff's Conference. So, if you see a guy that looks like, where's Bon Clayton? I know he's here somewhere. You see Bon with that big black cowboy hat, big belt buckle, boots? That's what our sheriffs look like across the country. You know, since 2006, I've been elected as sheriff of our largest county with 1.2 million residents covering 2 of our 8 congressional districts. Yes, folks, I win in Eric Paulson's district, and I win in Keith Ellison's district. Diametrically opposed, that's right. And I bet you didn't know we had an endorsed Republican that wins elections in Minneapolis, did you? Nope. Well, I win the votes of Republicans, and I win the votes of Democrats. And that's not a bad thing, that's a good thing. I win in North Minneapolis and in South Minneapolis, in Gold Valley and Hopkins and St. Louis Park, Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park. The last election, I carried all 45 cities in Hennepin County. That's not an easy thing to do. You know, that's where we haven't won a legislative seat in many, many years. But I'm here to tell you we cannot give up working to win votes in the most liberal neighborhoods of our state. We need every single vote, Chairman Downey. Yes, we do. Not just for this election, but for every future election as well. So, if this presidential race thing isn't your thing, then go help out a local candidate facing a steep climb against a Democratic incumbent in a tough seat. And I know there's a number of candidates on the audience today that are running and doing the right thing. I'm not ready to concede Hennepin County to the Democrats, are you? No, of course not. Now back to a little shooting straight with the sheriff. I bet you didn't know that what you're thinking. Now let's see how close I am. Sheriffs are pretty smart, right? Right? I didn't hear you. All right. So you're all sitting around in some cramped folding chairs, right? Yep. It's a nice but dark convention center, right? It's a beautiful Saturday in May, right? Instead of our fishing rods and a beer, we've got a rules pack in our hands. Am I right so far? Come on, I can't hear you. We're thinking about the gardening, getting the docks back in, maybe the upcoming family vacation, maybe a little graduation, right? Come on, I've been to about 500 of these conventions over the years, just like you. That's exactly what we're doing here this morning. We've got a whole list of candidates and elected officials lined up to speak into the microphone this morning, right? And we want to be polite, and of course we want to listen, but we kind of want to vote and go home, right? I know you do. And what we really want, well, not till we're done, Mr. Chairman, and what we really want to ask all these speakers is what I always want to ask. You ready?
Howdy.
What have you done for me lately? Can you say that? Go ahead, you can ask me. Well, I'm tired of the talk, and I want action from our elected officials. I'm tired of promises, and I want delivery. So go ahead, ask me again. You should ask me, Sheriff Stanek, what have you done for me lately?
What have you done for me lately?
You guys are very good about following along. Well, I've met with President Obama. Now, no booze. This is a good thing. And I told him to keep his hands off our guns. Yep. I told the president that mass shootings in the United States have more to do with untreated mental illness than they do with any imagined gun show loophole, right? I met with one of the president's cabinet members, Jay Johnson. He's the Secretary of Homeland Security. I told him to do his job and enforce our immigration laws, secure our borders, right? It's not a job for local law enforcement. We need their help. I met with the FBI director, a guy named James Comey, and I told him, hey, you better get serious about those charges against Hillary for her email server, right? That's right. And I told him that government should never try to force Apple or any other company to violate our rights of privacy, right? But that's all talk. We want action, right? So ask me again.
What have you done for me lately?
I collected 28 tons of prescription drugs off the streets to fight opioid abuse across our communities. My deputies pick up and safely dispose of drugs from 9 medical drop-off boxes across Hennepin County. And since I took office in 2007 as your sheriff, my deputies have issued over 30,000 gun permits in Hennepin County, upholding the Second Amendment rights of those who choose to do so. In fact, last month I opened a 3rd location for applications to meet the huge increase in demand. Our Second Amendment rights can't wait for government red tape, right? This week, my detectives are testifying in the largest terrorism case in our nation's history, with 7 of those who have pled guilty and 3 more in trial. I started a community engagement team for outreach to new Americans. How many in this audience are new Americans? I met a couple of them over at Caribou this morning that are coming here to the convention. I know there's several of you out there this morning. And they can see that we're a nation of laws. These new Americans live in the greatest nation in the world, with freedoms and education and opportunity for all who work hard to support themselves and their families, just like me, just like the senator, just like the chairman, just like all of you. I've implemented and enforced for my agency about privacy and technology. We don't use body cams in the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. And yes, we have a UAV. Some people call it a drone. But we do it for the sole purpose of search and rescue, like the missing U of M student earlier this week. But we do so with a court order. I forced our state's Department of Health and Human Services to move mentally ill inmates not into my jail, but out of our jail, and get the proper treatment that they need. That's 7 things that I've done for you, right? So the next time you see me, I hope you're going to feel free to ask, Sheriff. Well, this week's also National Police Week, folks. So last Friday night, I was in Washington, D.C. for the ceremony to add 252 brave police officers who gave their lives in the line of duty defending their communities in your neighborhoods, including 2 here from Minnesota. One was Aiken County Deputy Sheriff Stephen Sandberg, and the other was a DNR officer, Charles Masoner. As president of the Minnesota Sheriff's Association this year, I had the honor to stand on stage amongst a sea of 30,000 candlelights held by families, friends, and colleagues. Not an easy thing to do, but the right thing to do. And I have to say a few words about the great men and women who serve in law enforcement. They deserve our support in their work in dangerous every day, right? Absolutely. You know, we're engaged in a national conversation about police-community relations. And I don't have to tell you there have been several tragedies with officer-involved shootings, and we want to hold all bad cops accountable, but they're the rare exception and not the rule. The officers and the deputies I know and that work for me are working hard to raise their families and send their kids to college, just like all of you. They volunteer as Lions and Rotarians and coach Little League Baseball. They sing in the church choir, volunteer at school, and run the 5K on Saturday mornings. Some work on the streets, but they're just as likely to work in our personnel, our jails, and our courts. You know, we see our work as a profession and not just a job. We view police work as public service. 33 years of public service as a police officer in this state, and I would never give back a single day. I absolutely love what I do, and I love serving the residents of this state. You know, I hope you're all going to agree with me that their lives matter as much as anyone's, right? I need your help, folks. I need you to help reject the message of police versus community. We are part of the community. This year especially, I believe these hardworking Minnesotans are inclined to vote Republican if we can get a few things right. You ready? First, no more big government programs like paid family medical leave that take more out of our paychecks. Secondly, you can clap a little louder. I can't hear you that well. No more increases in our gas taxes for roads or light rail. We already pay enough. They need to prioritize their spending. No more increases on license tabs for our cars, our trucks, boats, snowmobiles, ATVs. We already pay user fees. No more efforts to unionize our daycares and our family care attendants. We know how to take care of our families, right? You know, folks, I think as Republicans we need to be much clearer with Minnesota voters on our message about what we stand for. We need to break down the walls of this party, get rid of the party test and the not conservative enough messaging that gets in the way of winning winnable elections, including in Hennepin County. We need to engage hardworking Minnesotans and, yes, even union members like cops and firefighters, teachers and construction workers. Come on, folks, I've been a union member for 33 years. Am I any different than you really at the end of the day? No. We need to engage new citizens to come here and have the opportunity to work and raise their families. We need to do it at our backyard barbecues while fishing on the lakes and water. Look, I run in Hennepin County surrounded by a sea of liberal Democrats. And I could run in the safety of a nonpartisan office. Sheriffs in Minnesota are nonpartisan, correct? Of course we are. I choose to run as a Republican. I'm proud of the 8 times I've been elected and the 8 times I've been endorsed as a Republican of this great party. My grandparents came here over 100 years ago and settled in northeast Minneapolis. I watched my parents struggle to raise my 6 brothers and sisters, and when my parents both died at a young age, my siblings and I worked to support each other. I'll never forget where I came from or be grateful for the blessings of freedom. We live in a great country and a great state. It's time for all of us to put actions to words and work to win. So, let me conclude with all this talk of deputies and officers. One of the most important parts of my job as your sheriff, as you can imagine, is finding good, quality deputies. And I have to tell you about the most recent interview I had earlier this week. the candidate came in and asked me, he was about 21 years old. He said, what's one? I said, what's 1 and 1? What did he answer? 11. I said, well, not exactly, but what I expected, he was technically right. So then I asked him, name 2 days of the week that begin with T. And his answer was, today and tomorrow. Again, a surprise, but you know, he was technically correct. And I have to be fair in my interview, right? So thinking this probably wasn't the best candidate, I gave him something a little bit harder. Who killed Abraham Lincoln? He said, I don't know. Yeah, well, I thanked him for applying and told him he should go home and work on that one for a while. Now, later that day, I went to lunch at Perkins over on 494, and I came across the same guy. I overheard him saying to friends, hey, the interview went great. First day in the job, and the sheriff asked me to work on a murder case. Look, only the very best works for Sheriff Stanek. Now, that's some straight shooting. I want to thank you for serving as delegates and for your important work. You know, before I leave, though, and I know I've taken more than enough time, but I appreciate the opportunity this morning, there's a young man and woman. So you guys had a great time last night, right? No, you did. Come on. I saw you at the reception. So there's a guy named Andrew DeYoung and Abby Bonin who are here. Now, this is party unity at its finest. 4 years ago, at the convention in St. Cloud, they met. In the interest of party unity, they are getting married next week. That's a big deal. Are they here yet? They were just, they're sitting up. Stand up. Stand up, Andrew. Right there, Andrew and Abby. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Sheriff Stanek. Always great to see him. We got one more speaker, and then we're scheduled to get into the constitutional things. I will give a few remarks to the convention before that. My opportunity to thank you, but now somebody that is actually engaged for us in Washington, and I know exactly when I met Tom Emmer. I met Tom Emmer back when I was a practicing attorney at a law firm in Edina in 1987. And Tom and I ended up practicing in the same firm. Obviously, never could I have imagined the things that we've gone through together since then. And we now have Tom Emmer representing the 6th Congressional District in Washington, D.C. You've been a great friend. You are a great statesman, and we appreciate the work that you're doing. Let's give a warm welcome to Congressman Tom Emmer.
No, come on, this is not like church. This isn't like church where the pastor says, I got some good news and I got some bad news. The good news is we got all the money we need in this church. We got all the money to do everything we need to do to get the message out. The bad news is it's still in your pockets. This isn't that kind of a speech. I want to say personally, it was nice of David. I want to thank you, Dave Thompson. Thanks for your service. Thanks for your friendship. I know you and Rhonda have a great opportunity, and Jackie and I and everybody here, we wish you the best. But please remember that no matter where you are, you will always have your friends here in Minnesota. All right? So, before I get started, lest I forget, the only reason that I really am standing up here, the only reason I'm able to do the things that all of us are trying to do together is because of the best friend I have in the world and my greatest supporter, although I'm still working on trying to get her vote for November, Jackie Emmer, who's standing over on the side. I want to thank everybody who worked so hard to make this convention possible, and obviously, thanks to all of you, everybody in this hall. Thanks for taking the time to be here today. Thanks for your commitment to the grassroots. Without you, we don't have a party. Without you, we don't have a real opportunity to change where this country is going. We must never forget, freedom is not free. We must own it, we must fight for it, and we must never rest As Reagan once said, we are never more than one generation away from losing our freedom as we know it. I believe we must fight today, perhaps harder than at any time since our nation's founding. Our nation is under attack, and not just by foreign enemies who seek to destroy us, but from within. By an executive who has no regard for our Constitution, by socialist professors embedded in our universities, by a judicial system that legislates from the bench, and by elected officials who fundamentally want to change our country, and by the equally dangerous and ignorant elected officials who are quietly walking us down the path of our demise. Remember what Benjamin Franklin said: "We have given you a republic if you can keep it." We must remind our government where the power comes from. As our founders recognized, the power comes from God. Yeah? Thank you. Every man, woman, and child is endowed with certain inalienable rights from our Creator, not from the state, but from our Creator. In the interest of creating a civil and free society, the founders of this country gave the state, our government, permission to do certain things. The primary function of our government? To protect the people. And how was that permission granted? By a constitution. And what does that constitution say? A government by the people, for the people. If we're going to preserve America and American exceptionalism for generations to come, it's about getting our government at every level to honor its contract with we the people. In short, it's about the Constitution. That's something that we should be for. Our Constitution guarantees an equal opportunity. I'll say it again. It guarantees an equal opportunity, not an equal outcome. When applied properly, it protects our right to self-determine and to achieve our greatest potential. Instead, today we have a federal government that pretends to have the authority to force top-down, one-size-fits-all solutions on every state. A federal government that believes you and I are not capable of making the correct decisions for ourselves. And we, the people, we are upset. We are uneasy and we are angry, and rightly so. Sorry. I don't have that, whatever that flair is of the inevitable candidate on the Republican side, but it is about being angry, and it's about making sure that we all recognize our government is stealing our freedom and the promise of a better life for our children. Yeah. We have a government, we have a president who governs like a king, and an oversized, bloated, and oppressive government that takes what it wants, when it wants, without regard to its citizens and our constitutional rights. A staggering national debt not becoming of a decent and honorable people. And by the way, I'm going to slow down because Jackie said, Tom, you got to smile once in a while. Everybody's going to think you're really angry. But I am. And I'm not afraid to tell you, we should be a little angry, and that's why we should all be uniting to work to win this election. What the progressives offer on the other side is not an option for this country, and it's not an option for our kids. The national debt that we have accumulated in this country is the consequence of selfish and immoral behavior of a political elite that prefers to steal from the future generations rather than to live a disciplined, moral, and just life. And we, the people, we want it to stop, and we want it to stop now. The election this November is our chance to make a difference, to put this country back on track, to make it great once more. 2016 is going to be a big fight. Since Minnesota will be without any statewide candidates and being a presidential year, we have a tough hill to climb. But we can't let Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders take Minnesota for granted. To succeed, we're going to need everyone, all our congressional and legislative candidates, and all Republicans across this great state to do their part. We saw great success in our Republican legislative races last election. in large part due to the people in this hall today. In the 6th, we won our congressional seat by 18 points. Our margin last cycle, thanks to the 6th district. Where are you? Yeah. Our margin last cycle was the largest in the 6th congressional district that we have seen since by a statewide or a congressional candidate since 2002. And I assure you that we in the 6th will carry our weight again. And we're going to help candidates not only in the 6th, but all across the state of Minnesota. But this election, it's going to take all of us, every one of us, if we're going to succeed. It is vital that we band together to support good candidates and institute a strong grassroots all across our base to get our people, Republicans, to the polls to ensure a successful year. This year, we have the opportunity to pick up multiple congressional seats, some that were so close to victory in 2014. I'm confident we can do it. I hope you are too. Yeah. There got to be some Stuart Mills fans in this room. There got to be some Jim Hagedorn fans in this room. I can tick them all down. There got to be people here. You showed up. You know what the fight's all about. Now it seems, as I'm going to wrap it up here, that we're told every election, this one is the most important. And that's probably because every election has real and immediate consequences. This one maybe more than ever before. The balance of the Supreme Court is at stake. The security of our communities and our nation is at risk. And the future of our children depends on the outcome. Again, we have a big fight in front of us. I'm all in, and I know because you're here today that you are too. Let's unite, and together we will win in November, and we can lead this country and the world to a peaceful and prosperous future. God bless you, and God bless America.
Well, last night, for those of you who weren't here, we had a chance to very briefly recognize our convention chair, Senator Dave Thompson, and I'd like to introduce him again for those of you who weren't here, and just tell you how much I appreciate Dave. He and I came into the legislature roughly the same time, and he and I have become great friends, political and otherwise, and I don't think I've ever had a stronger colleague in the legislature or out who stands for what we believe in, who stands for our party, who has always fought and defended the endorsement, put it all on the line, and put that principle of defending our endorsement to the test last convention. And I got to tell you, there was a time when this party was so down, and you don't have that many friends when you're that down, but Dave Thompson has always been a friend and a defender of this party. So I'd like to reintroduce him here today and ask him to give you a couple remarks. I know he appreciates being here and appreciates all of you, so let's give Dave Thompson another warm welcome.
All right, well, I get a few moments to make some serious remarks to all of you. A few months ago when Chairman Downey asked if I would be willing to chair this convention, I said I'd be happy to do so. He was kind enough to say that it would give me the opportunity to speak in front of this convention one more time and spend a little bit of a weekend with the folks that have supported me and helped me and support the Republican cause here in the state of Minnesota. And so I'm very glad that I was able to do it, and I'm very glad that I've been able to interact with so many of you. My journey into politics started in February of 2010 when I agreed to run for the endorsement for Senate in what was then Senate District 36, and after redistricting is now 58. It was a journey that I could not have anticipated in any way, shape, or form. But really, none of our journeys started when we started them. The real journey for anybody involved in public service or politics in this country started centuries ago, when some brave men and women came across the ocean and decided that they were going to create an idea and that they were going to create a government that is not built upon allegiance to an individual, or allegiance to an oligarchy, but allegiance to an idea built on the notion that our freedoms and our liberties come from God, and that the state should not restrict them without the consent of the governed. And that's really when the journey started. Because you see, representative government doesn't come naturally to people. Representative government has to be defended by big ideas, by great people who are willing to put something bigger than themselves forefront in their minds and in their lives. And that's really when all of this started. And by the way, those of you who know me well know I'm nobody special. I'm a small town kid from East Grand Forks, from a broken home. Grew up in a household without a father, very middle class. My mother struggled as a piano teacher to put food on the table. But I've had the opportunity to serve you in St. Paul. I've had the opportunity to run for governor. I've had the opportunity to express my ideas on radio and television. And the only reason I've had those opportunities is because there are people that have come before all of us that have been willing to give of themselves to make this a great country. But let's understand, folks, that this country is great for one reason and one reason only, and that is because we recognize the autonomy of the individual and the importance of each and every human life from conception to natural death, period. And we recognize that the pursuit of happiness is dependent upon each and every one of us having liberty to pursue the dreams and the goals that we have for ourselves with a minimum of government interference. But you know, as much as politics and public service is about an idea, it's about people. I've talked a lot about ideas. Today I get to talk about people. I get to talk a little bit about you. And I want to tell you that it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve in the Senate. It was an incredible honor to run for governor. As I walk around and see all of you here, I see many faces of people who put blood, sweat, and tears into helping me, when I'm no more deserving than the next person, but was simply willing to step up and do it. And I want you to know that if you're one of those people that helped me, or for that matter, one of my opponents, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Because you see, the world is run by those who show up. And the sustenance of our republic and the ability to maintain the system of government that we have is dependent upon people who are willing to give of themselves and be here doing these kinds of things when the weather is nice in Duluth, Minnesota. Many of you know that I will be leaving the state. I've been given an opportunity to go to North Carolina. And I can assure you that I'm looking forward to the weather. But this has been a very sweet and sorrowful weekend for me, because I've had such a great time with so many of you that had a great time running around last night and seeing people and talking to people and doing things. It's tough to leave. I'm going to miss you. I really am. Thank you all. It's been an honor. I'll be back here election night. I'm going to make sure I get over to the party on election night, and I hope that we take over the Senate. I would love nothing more than to see some of my worthy colleagues take gavels. Yes. And obviously, we need to hold the House of Representatives, and we need to win seats in the United States Congress. I believe that we can never give up. Thomas Jefferson said the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. And so we need to just keep pressing on and moving forward and carrying the torch. Because remember, it was a small minority of people who believed in the American Revolution and thought that it could really be done. And there will always be a remnant left that say, we will not quit, we will not falter, we will not give in. You're the people that do that, the people that are in this room. So with that, we'll get back to the convention. I just want to tell you, thank you. I am a grateful man. I am humbled and honored to be here, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we better get back to business. All right, thank you very much. Now we got to get back to business. Those of you that are perceptive of attire, and probably that's you women out there, yeah, I know that's kind of sexist. Those of you in the media, you can go ahead and write that, but remember, I ain't running for nothing. And speaking of the media, you know, you get to know these people. Now, a lot of them aren't there that I know because they're down in St. Paul covering what's going on at the Capitol, but you get to know these people and deal with them, and so I really would like you to know that after being covered by you for 6 years and to get to know you fairly well, I do want to leave you with this. In my mind, I'm going to Carolina. All right. So as I said, you'll notice my attire is a little different today. Yesterday I had the navy pinstripe suit, the red power tie, the whole deal going. You know, we got the fights going. We did this. I got a pink tie today. Pink. You know what that means, don't you? Woke up a little more in touch with my feminine side than usual. But now we're getting to some stuff that can be contentious. I'm thinking it's a beautiful Saturday. We don't want to be here all day. So you got a choice. You got a choice. You got a choice. You can hang out. I'm still using the men's room, people. Just so you know. You can write that too. So now that we're getting into this rules fight, let's remember to be civil, because I do have a black tie under here with little skull and crossbone designs. So you can spend your day with Happy Saturday Pink Tie Dave, or you can have skull and crossbones Dave. It's your choice. I suspect you should choose wisely. All right, let's go. So, oh, by the way, Marco Rubio delegates at 10:30, for those of you that can't tell time, that's in a half an hour, 10:30, you will congregate at the very end of the tunnel over by the Lincoln Reagan booth, 10:30, Marco Rubio delegates. But for now, I'm going to call on Dave Pasco, who is going to come and is the Constitution and Bylaws Chair and will present the Constitution report. David.
Thank you. Hey, so I get to follow Rich Stanek, Tom Emmer, and Dave Thompson's. I'm Dave Pasco. I'm your wet blanket for today. I'm the chair of the 5th Congressional District, the chair of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee. How you doing, 5th Congressional District? Good to see you. We have 4 things to go through. I'll go ahead and get through the report. Full disclosure, I do not practice law in the state of Minnesota, but I am a licensed attorney, and I am on the state executive committee. So if you've been keeping up with your emails and the literature that's going around, I am evil. And I'm here to institute perpetual darkness in the state of Minnesota. So just want full disclosure. Want to make sure that that's out there. 2 serious things. First of all, there was a meeting of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee on Thursday evening. There was a question about that at yesterday or at the State Central Convention. There were not any changes made to the documents and the information that was put out about a week ago. We did discuss some changes, but none were made. So every document and all the information that was posted online, that is still valid and there's no changes. Also, to the people that were on my committee, both the judicial activists and people that are against the judicial endorsement process or want to change it, thank you for keeping it mostly civil. It was a very contentious debate and discussion, but we got through it, and I appreciate the hard work of everyone going through, raising questions, and I know that there's going to be some serious questions raised today. So we have 4 changes, 4 constitutional amendments to the state constitution to go through, and 1 recommendation from the committee to be referred to the state executive committee. So the first one is just a typo correction. There is a point where one thing is referenced that is not actually correct in the document. That's Article 8, Section 3B, discussing the presidential elector nominees. So that's just changing where that is referenced. Hopefully that is not going to be contentious, but then after that, then it goes crazy. All right, number 2, that is changing the way that we have the RNC delegate elections and the rules promulgated for doing that. We have the old language available and then the new language, which basically allows the state executive committee to make the rules as to how the binding will work. And that was kind of important this time around because there was changes at the RNC that we needed to pivot to, and that was the reason why this came out of committee with a vote, a positive vote. The committee did discuss changing the Constitution to make county organizations, remove BPOUs and Senate districts and change them all to county organizations. That is going to be referred to the State Executive Committee. This was pushed by a friend of mine, Lyle Schwarzkopf from the 5th CD. I think one of the last Republicans elected from the city of Minneapolis to the State House back in the 60s and 70s, and he is very much in favor of this, but we'll be discussing this at the State Executive level. That didn't actually come out of the committee. The fourth item, deleting Article 5, Section 5, Paragraph B, the sentence that says, affiliate delegates and alternates shall not hold the same office for consecutive terms. The reasoning behind this, the affiliates don't want to have any additional constraints on delegates and officers that BPOUs do not have. So that was the reasoning behind that, and that was the recommendation in the vote, positive vote from the committee. And finally, we will get to the changing of the way that judicial candidates are endorsed. That will be the final thing that we talk about for the Constitution Committee. So we will go through these one by one. Senator Thompson will lead us through the motion and debate. I will be standing by for questions and rotten tomatoes. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. All right. This is a little bit of a new one for me, so we're going to work with Mike here and make sure that we get this done correctly. But as I understand it, once the committee report is here, we can no longer amend what has been done. We can simply choose to accept or adopt changes. Am I correct?
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay. So I guess I would open the floor for discussion on any deletions that people would like, or
Item 1 is just the typo correction.
okay. So I'll go ahead and read through generally what we're doing here. It doesn't look like it's too long. Yeah, so item 1 is typo correction. In Article 7, Section 3B, the Constitution discussing presidential elector nominees refers to Article 6, Section 6. Section 6 deals with the Judicial Committee. Section 9 deals with presidential electors. Change reference in Article 7, Section 3B to Article 6, Section 9. So that's simply correction of a typo. Second, okay. So let's go ahead and debate if necessary and approve these one at a time. Is there any discussion on number 1, the correction that I just discussed? Any discussion? Okay, there is a pending motion that does not need a second since it's from a committee. All in favor of accepting this change, aye? Opposed? It is accepted.
I had discussion.
All right, on to...
Actually, it's a point of clarification, actually.
The language in the Constitution to allow the executive committee to
It's a point of clarification, actually.
yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Jeff Mallon, Senate District 36. The copy of the Constitution that I'm holding that I picked up, the section on presidential electors that you're referring to, it says 9, that's crossed out, and it says 8. So I'm a little unclear on what the exact actual language is. The change that's made refers to a non-existent section.
So what you're looking at is a copy of the Constitution with the Fifth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment that is on our list. The Fifth Amendment dealing with the judicial endorsements and all of those changes, that was sent out, and that is a series of, that's one large amendment to the Constitution that changes a lot of places in the Republican Party of Minnesota Constitution. So what you're looking at right now is what the Constitution will be if the fifth thing on our list is passed. But the first thing on our list is just typo correction changing, and obviously if we change that and then we forward and approve the Fifth Amendment on our list, then the numbering will be changed again. but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everyone get all that? All right, good.
All right, and since Dave has been in the weeds on this, I am going to have you go ahead and describe the various changes. I'll go ahead and conduct the vote as chair, but why don't you tell the convention? You're going to be much better at that than I am because you lived through this.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did. All right.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the next, the first one passed. The second one is amending Article 5, Section 5, Paragraph C. The old language of this section says, and I'll read it aloud. I'm not going to read aloud the final amendment that we're dealing through because that's a whole lot of stuff. But in compliance with the rules of the Republican National Convention, no delegate or alternate may be an automatic delegate or alternate. Each delegate or alternate must be elected by his or her respective convention. No delegate to the Republican National Convention shall be bound by party rules or by state law to cast his or her vote for a particular candidate on any ballot at the convention, except that the state convention may bind delegates whom it elects to the National Convention of the Republican Party on the first ballot to a vote for a candidate for the office of President of the United States, unless they be released by said candidate. That is the old language. That is what currently exists in the Constitution right this very second. What came out of the committee, what the change is, and this is what the new language would be saying, and this is what we would be voting on right after I'm done reading it. In compliance with the rules of the Republican National Convention, no delegate or alternate may be an automatic delegate or alternate. Each delegate or alternate must be elected by his or her respective convention. Delegates and alternates to the Republican National Convention may be bound to cast his or her vote for a particular candidate. The State Executive Committee will have the authority to create binding rules for the state and congressional districts. The rules will be in accordance with the rules promulgated by the Republican National Committee. Now, so we can vote however we wish to vote on this. But the RNC has rules on when we can do our caucuses, how our binding works, and if we don't follow those rules, we lose delegates, we lose the ability to send people to Cleveland or wherever the next convention is to actually be able to have a say. We can strike this down if you want, but what this is doing and what the committee found very necessary to do is to allow the executive committee of the state of the Republican Party of Minnesota to be able to pivot when the RNC changes their rules. So we can do what our business here at the state level in accordance with the RNC rules, and that is what this is dealing with. So I will open that up to any questions, and I believe Senator Thompson will be here for conducting votes. So I'm done talking. So debate, and then I'll stand by.
All right, I've been advised by our parliamentarian that we actually, on the substantive changes, we are going to have to actually do this via ballot. So I believe, though, that we can go through all of these and we can ballot them all at the same time because we want to go home by Monday. Yes, okay. So we like that. So that's what we are going to do. But we will do the discussion on each one at a time so it doesn't become confusing. So do we have any comments on what David just gave us? Yes.
Good morning. Twyla Braze from 65. And I have a concern regarding, I just want everyone to understand that the old language had the convention, so bound by the rules, so that the state convention may bind the delegates whom it elects. The new one has the state executive committee will have the authority, but they have to do it in accordance with the Republican National Committee. This reminds me a little bit about states' rights versus the federal government. So my concern here is that we would be taking away the rights of the convention to decide about alternates and delegates and the binding of the vote. I want to say one more thing before you interrupt me, and that would be that the old language has to do with being bound on the first vote, and the new language sounds to me like it can be bound for the entire time so that there would be less freedom. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. You're right. The way that the rules would be changing, or the Constitution would be changing, would be allowing the state executive committee to put out the rules as far as binding goes. That's correct. What is important to remember is you're also correct that states' rights, we have the ability to do whatever we want. We can all endorse Hillary Clinton if we want. We can disband the Republican Party if we want. But we're in an organization. We're in a voluntary organization that we want to be a part of. People are here that want to run to be a national delegate. The only way we as the state of Minnesota can send people to the RNC is if we follow the rules of the RNC. We are part of that organization. I respect where you're coming from with states' rights, and that's absolutely true, but when you have an organization that has a structure, if we don't follow that structure, then they are within their rights to say, well, you can do whatever you want, but we're not going to seat any of your delegates. So, yeah.
Further discussion? Nobody over here? Nope.
Dave Cruz, 1st Congressional District, speaking against, again, somewhat to reiterate, but also to clarify, at the very end, talking about rules being promulgated by the Republican National Committee. It's my understanding that rules are created by, promulgated, changed by the convention and not the committee. And to put it in the hands of the committee would be stripping from the responsibility of the delegates of the party.
Further discussion?
Alan Kerr, District 7B. I rise in strong opposition to this. This is a concentration of power. States have to push back against the RNC because obviously in 2012 and now this year, they're concentrating power continually. We have to find a mechanism by which we tell them that we are going to decide how our delegates are elected and whether they be bound or not. It needs to be a local, in this case, a state choice. We've got to find a way to push back against the RNC.
Further discussion?
Zach Thomas, SD 59. I'd like to speak in favor. Currently, the RNC rules require that every state bind its delegates on the basis of the vote held in each state. Here in Minnesota, we held a caucus, which was great for mobilizing support from not just the people in this room, but from Republicans all across the state. In order to have our delegation seated at Cleveland, and assuming the rules don't change at future conventions, they need to be bound based on the vote at the caucus. And this rules change is required to bring us in compliance with the RNC so that we are represented at Cleveland on not just the presidential vote, but on other matters as well. It created a lot of confusion that our rules were out of date with respect to the national rules. So this is bringing us in line with the National Party on how we reflect the will of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A couple just responses to some folks. There is a standing rules committee for the RNC, so that does, it's not just the convention or one committee that meets infrequently. There is a standing rules committee. One thing to remember is in the state of Minnesota, in our Republican Party, the state party puts out rules that the congressional districts and the BPOUs have to follow to be seated here. And your BPOU could have elected 1,000 people, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the state party will seat everyone. Also, there was a point where someone was asking about the mechanism of fighting back against the RNC. Whether you agree with that or not, there is indeed a mechanism, and that's Chris Tiedemann and Janet Byhofer that go and represent us. And I know that they very, very vehemently were against the binding and went and they did a lot of work for us because that was not, the way that the binding and everything works was not really the will of the Republican Party of Minnesota. That's not what we really wanted. So they went and fought for us at the RNC. Now, that means that we need other states' representatives to agree with us. There is a mechanism, and I know that we fought tooth and nail to allow the most freedom for us in Minnesota.
Further discussion?
Jim Carson, Senate District 43. The place to fight this battle is at the National Convention Rules Committee. The National Convention does have the prerogative to set rules as far as who can attend and how they're elected to appoint, but it's the job of the Rules Committee and then the convention itself to set those rules, and that's the place where we need to take this battle.
Further discussion?
Michael Harrod, Senate District 46 and CD5. Just a point of clarification or question. It talks that the no delegate or alternate may be an automatic delegate. How does that apply given that Chairman Downey and the committee men and women are automatic delegates? How does that work?
That's true. We would be in non-compliance with the RNC if the chair and other people were automatically elected in the language, and there's no way for us to amend that from the floor. So something to take into account. Yeah, but like the old language and the new language has, the old language and the new language doesn't affect that. It doesn't affect that change. So I think that still approving what exists there is more in line with what we need to do, and then we have to deal with that issue separately. Because whether or not we're approving that or disapproving that, we still need to have the rest of the delegation bound in accordance with the RNC rules. And then we can figure out what we need to do about the automatic part.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to allow 2 more on each side. So please, when you stand for the microphone, state whether you are for or against adoption.
Vince Ream, Senate District 49, in favor of the proposal, even with the current language. We may want to clarify when we're doing our election of our state party chair and our state committee man, or our national committee man and national committee woman, that at the same time that we are electing them as that party office, we are also electing them a delegate to the national convention. So it's a dual election. That way it's not automatic, it's just a dual election. So we might want to clarify the wording of that. But in general, the discussion earlier about we need to have our own determination here at the state, et cetera, we have our representatives, as was pointed out by the committee chair, and that's our national committee man, national committee woman, and our state chair. That's our representatives to making things happen, so I speak in favor of the motion.
Okay, for or against?
I am in favor.
All right, so if you are in favor, you can now sit down. Go ahead.
Ken Cobb, Beltrami County, a member of the Constitution Committee for this convention. I would first like to say that I think a previous speaker made a great point about it would be nice if the language had included the ability for this convention to bind or not bind. However, we don't have the option to amend the language, unfortunately. The only thing we can really do is accept or decline this. And so I would ask Chairman Pasco what the result would be if we do not accept this change, and whether it might actually result in losing delegates to the RNC.
Sure. Absolutely. So the RNC rules take precedence over the state party rules. So we can set our rules however we wish, but the RNC will then say, no, you're not in compliance, so now we will not seat delegates, or there will be repercussions to our delegation. So it is possible, if we don't follow the rules in the future, if we try to keep everything in the Constitution without the ability for the State Executive Committee to make any changes to it, then yes, we could lose some of our seating, or our entire delegation. Yeah.
So I would just say, with that in mind, that our decision really is whether or not we're going to let all these people who are running a little bit later, who will be speaking to you, whether we're going to make it clear that they're actually going to be able to participate in the National Convention. And if you're in favor of our delegates being able to participate, we're going to have to comply at this point, because we've already fought this, we've lost. We will fight it again, but at this point, we don't really have any options to fight this further at this time.
All right, I'll now take 2 comments in opposition to the adoption of this constitutional change. Go ahead.
Scott Jenkins, House District 7A. I'm not so sure I'm against it, but I want to ask a couple of questions that may kind of cement that. One, are you saying that if we don't pass this, there is a high probability that our delegation wouldn't be seated? That it has to be passed in this language, I guess, because we can't change the language at this point. And if we don't adopt this change, our delegation won't be seated.
I have no idea. I have no idea what the RNC will say if we don't adopt this rules.
But something has given you the idea that that is the case.
Absolutely. Because that's why we have to set our caucuses. That's why we did our caucuses on March 1st instead of earlier. Remember 4 years ago when we did caucuses in the beginning of February? The RNC said, you can't do that anymore. If you do that as early, you will lose delegates. And the same thing is true here, sir. If we do not comply with what the RNC tells us to do as far as binding delegates, how many delegates? In the same way that I was saying a BPOU could elect 1,000 people to this convention, we would not seat 1,000 people. If we do not comply with the RNC rules and we are in the Republican Party, that's Republican Party of the United States, the state of Minnesota, Hennepin County, whatever, if we do not comply with that, then there will possibly be repercussions. They might say, you know what, Minnesota, you're great, you can do whatever you want, I love it, and they'll seat all our delegations.
Well,
I don't know.
I would probably like to have a little bit more idea that could be the case, but my second question is, the qualifier that's in the original language has on any ballot. In the new language, it doesn't say anything about first ballot, second ballot, anything like that.
Right.
Is the rule you're trying to put across that they'd be bound on all ballots?
That's not, we are changing the Constitution to allow the state executive committee to make whatever the rules are in compliance with the RNC. If the RNC decided to say, if you are a bound delegate, you have to vote for everyone, then we can either comply with the RNC rules and make a rule change at the state executive committee level, or we can not comply with the RNC and then have repercussions to our delegation.
Okay, back to your original question. Yeah, I'm against it.
Okay.
All right, then you get to keep. Well, you're done. Okay, I get one more speech against.
Point of information.
Yes.
On the original text of this bill, or of this amendment, is it not the Joel Helgeson, SD 45? Is it not a requirement that it shows the original language with strikeouts?
Yep.
And what is being inserted, so that we can easily tell where words are being changed?
So, is it a requirement? I don't know. Where are you getting the requirement from? We have to put out the changes in some form, and maybe this was sloppy on my part, and I should have done the line edits. So I apologize for that. But that's why I put the old language and the new language, and it's just a paragraph, so if you be able to read both paragraphs, then you can see the changes.
Yeah, but
that's why in the change number 5 with the judicial endorsements, that's why we went through line by line and said every change that was going to be made, every line edit, because that was much more complex. And I do apologize if there's any confusion out there with this particular amendment, but you can see both of them.
Yes,
very easily. Yes.
Robert's rules show that when you remove text or insert text, you strike out the old text, insert the new wording, so that we can exactly see where you're moving a comma, because we know that the placement of a comma can change the meaning of an entire sentence in a paragraph.
Right.
So
okay. So Robert's rules, I'm sorry, we'll check that with Robert's rules saying that. Getting a lot of love from CD5 today, thank you. We'll check that, but that's why I put both out there.
Mr. Chairman, speaking in opposition. Ed Fiore Morvets. In 1988, we had, at State Central, we elected a National Committee woman. Following the State Central meeting was a general convention, and that person was not elected to be a delegate to the National Convention. This states explicitly that there are no automatic members. That means the National Committee man and the National Committee woman have to appear before this body and be elected. Now, the chairman of the Rules Committee just said he will discuss that later. And that's dividing the question. That's almost an amendment. So you have to address this now, not later, and you can't change it because there are no amendments allowed to the report of the Rules and Constitution Committee. And they're going to have to live with that.
So I will answer that specifically, and then I will answer Mr. Helgeson's question as well. So the RNC rules by court order trump our rules. Those rules that allow the National Committee man, the National Committee woman, and the chair say to be automatic delegates trump what we say in our Constitution of the state of Minnesota.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
That was not the rules in '88.
Okay, very well. And the question about Robert's rules requiring a specific Word document track changes, that is actually, that was ruled by the parliamentarian to be incorrect. So as long as we show you what the new language is going to be, that is acceptable as long as we have enough notice so you can compare the two.
All right, that completes the discussion on that provision.
Point of information?
Yes, where is it? Over there?
Protocol has always been where you have an underline and strike through, so it's not confusing for those of us making decisions, because it's easier for someone to get us to do something that's not in our best interest through confusion if it's not clear. So that gentleman was right. Protocol is to have underline and strike through. And the RNC Executive Committee would be nowhere without the paid membership. So they can keep making dictatorial statements like that, but if they're going to be tyrants, we don't have to fund them, and then they can't. I don't think we should be giving away our right to participate here, so we should vote no on this.
It's an interesting point of information. Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I am very sorry that I did not do track changes. I am sorry that if it was confusing, please do not stop our delegation from being seated because I was bad at Microsoft Word. I apologize profusely. I will give you my address so you can send me hate mail later. Thank you very much.
Point of information.
Okay, just a minute. The last point of information turned into a speech against, so I'm going to allow a speech for, to be fair, and then you can do your point of information, and then we got to keep it to points of information. Anybody want to give a speech in favor of the adoption?
I want to do a point of order instead.
Nobody does. All right, go ahead. Point of order.
Okay, Darrell Thurn, Sibley County. I just want to make very clear, we're talking about our delegation not being able to be seated if we do not change our constitution. Is it true that the RNC rules are requiring us to change our constitution so that we can seat our delegates, or do we have a rules committee that's has the ability to adopt how we're going to be able to adopt the changes that the RNC requires upon us?
So we don't have to do a ballot.
So I'm sorry, I missed half of that. I think what you're asking is it a requirement? Is the RNC coming to me, Dave Pasco, and saying you have to change this or we won't seat delegates? Not exactly. No, they are saying we need you to do binding of delegates in accordance with our rules. So what we said is, okay, thank you very much for that direction. We understand what you're saying, so we are changing our constitution to allow us, within the bounds of what is authorized in our constitution, in the Republican Party of Minnesota, to change those rules as needed when the RNC rules come up. As I said again, the RNC rules trump our rules. So all we're doing here is allowing a mechanism for us to adapt to the RNC rules.
So if I can have a follow-up to that. So then would this change be retroactive from 2016, or would they apply today, the way we vote today?
Apply today. Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we suspend the rules for 2 points. One, to allow us to not have to take a ballot vote on this, be able to do a voice vote on this particular amendment, and secondly, to have a motion that we elect from this delegation as a separate vote that we are appointing the chair, the national committeeman, and the national committeewoman as our official first 3 delegates to the National Convention.
All right, we'll have to entertain one of those motions at a time.
Correct.
So is your motion to suspend the rules first?
Yes, sir.
would you be open to altering your motion to suspend the rules and allow a voice vote on all of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I've been told that the second motion you would like to make is out of order and wouldn't be appropriate at this time. So the motion pending before the body is to suspend the rules which require a written ballot vote on these changes to the Constitution and allow it to be done by voice vote. Do I have a second? All right. Now, two-thirds. Two-thirds to suspend the rules. All those in favor say aye. No. Opposed? No. The motion carries. We will suspend the rules.
Point of information.
Yes.
In changing the Constitution, is it two-thirds majority or simple majority?
The amendments that we are currently discussing and that will be voted on require only a simple majority for adoption.
Thank you.
All right, so we've finished the discussion on this particular
Division,
motion.
please. Division of the House on this last vote. Ron Niemela, Itasca County.
All right.
CD.
We've had a request for division on my ruling that we did obtain the two-thirds majority to suspend the rules. I wonder, the tellers will need to count. I'm wondering if it would be more efficient to go with the against first or the for. What do you think? Let's go. Okay, those in favor of suspending the rule, now just to be clear what we're voting on, if you stand now, you are in favor of suspending the rules and allowing us to adopt these amendments via voice vote rather than requiring a written ballot. All in favor of that, please stand up. Could 5 teller volunteers come forward to help? 5 teller volunteers. All right. In the judgment of the chair, it's not close. It's well over two-thirds. You know, people, I live in the Senate. I understand yelling. I can judge yelling. I knew who yelled.
Point of information.
Yeah, point of information. Sorry, I lost my head.
Yeah.
We're doing serious things. Go ahead.
Okay, Julie Quist, Nicollet County. I need a clarification. To me, it sounds like if we do not change our language to accept the new language, we would be essentially unbinding all of our national delegates. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
No, we would not be doing that. What this motion, what this amendment is to do is to allow us to, in the future, make the necessary rules changes as they occur from the RNC rules.
So this is all for the future. It's not for this.
It doesn't affect today.
Presidential
It does not
election.
affect what the binding rules are for this convention.
Okay, so for this national convention, our delegates continue to be bound regardless of what we do here.
Yes, because indeed we are following the rules of the RNC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now going to come to a vote.
Point of information, please, over here.
Yes.
The second sentence, I'm sorry, Chris Baird, Pennington County, BPOU. The second sentence of this new wording here, it says, each delegate or alternate must be elected by his or her respective convention, which I assume is this convention here. So the three...
Or their CD conventions.
Sure. So
Yeah.
the 3 automatic delegates, for lack of a better term, are not elected by this convention. They'd be the national
Sure.
delegates.
So again, the RNC rules trump. The RNC rules say that the chair, national committeemen, and national committee woman are automatic. That's probably something that if I am the Constitution and Bylaws Committee chair in the future, will be correcting in our Constitution. But the fact that it says this in our Constitution is trumped by the RNC Constitution.
So why even have it in here?
Because we were busy with other things and I missed it. I apologize. All
So
right.
it's not a perfectly worded amendment
It's
to the
not a
Constitution.
perfectly, it's not perfect, but that doesn't change what was already there in the first place. So what was there in the first place, if you look at the old language, it's the exact same sentence. So we're not changing that. We're not amending that sentence.
Isn't this in direct contradiction with other wording, though?
No.
So the three automatics will be voted on in this convention?
No.
Sounds contradictory.
Let me try to clarify that. The three people that we're discussing, Chairman Downey, Chris Tiedemann, Janet Byhofer, were elected by the State Central Committee. As I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, the rules of the State Central Committee are that those three positions are automatically delegates to the convention. Am I correct on that? So they were duly elected to a position that carries with it the status of national delegate. All right, let us take a vote on this.
Point of clarification?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I've heard conflicting information. Would this affect today or would it not affect today?
This will affect today.
Thank you.
This doesn't.
No, because we've already done our rules. This is for the future, so this is not affected.
I made a mistake. I'm wrong. This does not impact today. It would impact the future. So thank you for that. All right. We ready to, let's take a vote?
Can I have a clarification? I just wanted to clarify, this is just about...
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify, this is
Could you state who you are, please?
Kathleen Tiaden, SD50. This is just about binding rules, correct? So the only power that would be for the state committee would be about binding rules only?
So you have authority to create binding rules for state and congressional districts. Yes.
So no other power would be at the state level?
Looks like it for this particular issue.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, to this amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chair, minor point of order. We changed from a ballot on all questions to voting on individuals. We need to go back to question number 1 and do the voice vote there.
We did a voice vote on number 1.
I thought we were going to ballot on all of these.
It was a technical wording clarification, so we did.
Oh, I get it.
Yep, we did voice vote that. Yep. All right. All those in favor of adoption of this amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Division.
All right. Division has been requested. All those in favor of adoption of the amendment, please stand. All those in favor. Tellers, let's get some help up here, please. I believe they said they'll need 4 tellers from the back to help with the count. And the crowd needs to remain standing until you nearly faint, at which point you join the nays, inadvertently, of course. Okay, could you hold up voting cards, please? That reminds me, by the way, you got to have the pretty yellow ones today. The voting cards have mellowed out just like the chair. So hold up your voting yellow voting cards, please. Which will cause you to faint sooner, by the way. You know what? I don't think it is either. Should I call it on myself? That's okay.
You know, the other thing is they want to see if you're not voting, please sit down. Don't walk around.
If you are not voting, if you are just hanging out, please let's sit down or move out so that there's not confusion for these poor tellers.
Now, I'd ask you to take a moment to look around you, to your right and your left. Somewhere close to you is someone who conscientiously cannot support our nominee this year. And the question is, will they still be in their seat in November? Are we still welcome in our own party? You need our help. We're the ones that do most of the work. It will not, however, get us to surrender our conservative soul. We do need to unite around our candidates for Congress, Senate, and House. Let's move forward on the things we can agree. There's a lot we agree on. Please be an adder and not a subtractor. I am Ken Cobb, and I ask for your vote for national alternate.
Good afternoon. I'm Donald Brockway Alter, and I'm a veteran of the Minnesota Air National Guard and the United States Air Force for 23 years. I'm a life member of the Disabled American Veterans. I want to tell you a little story about my trip up here. My wife was giving me a list of things that I need to do on Sunday when we get home. She had about 15 of them. And all of a sudden, this character jumped out of my console of the car. He says, "Hey, Rocky, you want to borrow my convention hat? I want to put your wife in and we can pull her out at convention. She'll be our next candidate because she can create more jobs than anybody I've ever seen in 5 minutes." But anyway, to be serious, we do have to unite. And I am going to support our eventual nominee, and I believe it's going to be our current presumptive nominee. Again, I'm Donald Brockway Alter, also Brocky. So, we'll see you in Cleveland.
This is really cool, by the way. I'm Joe Scott from Carver County, and I've been really lucky because my mom's from Keewatin, so I've been on those slag heaps, and my dad's from Le Sueur, so corn on the curb. The reason why I think I would be a really good alternate is that I've got 25 years of international PR experience, and what it is my job is to make sure that the liberal media do not take pot shots at my clients. Well, if I become an alternate, that's going to give me time to spend on the convention floor to pay attention to make sure, because what I do, 5 things, I disrupt the liberal media. I'm Joe Scott. Thank you very much for considering me as an alternate.
Good morning. I'm Mark Schultz. A bit of background. I studied political science, currently work in multimedia, and train educators to use multimedia for education. This year, I'm running to be a voice to address key issues, the ones that we can all agree on, or at least, hopefully, the supermajority of us. I invite you to visit am-u.org to learn a little bit more. Go ahead and take a look while I'm speaking. I won't be offended. As an Eagle Scout, I'm also running to help lead in addressing the lack of principals in Washington. You can contact me at that address, and really there's more information there than I can convey in the next 15 seconds of my speech. I would appreciate your vote, and only together can we actually work to defeat Hillary Clinton. So we need to unify and really address the key issues. Thank you.
To put this down a little bit. So I'm Allie Eichmann, and I'm here today because young people are often underrepresented at conservative events, especially the RNC National Convention. Even though we are currently the largest potential voting demographic in the country and the future of this party. So I was the Minnesota College Republican State Chair last year, and I am currently the Minnesota Young Republicans Deputy Chair. And I've dedicated the past 4 years to engaging young voters and broadening the base of the GOP to ensure that my generation will continue to have a vessel for conservative ideals in the future. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rich Sigurd. I'm from Beltrami County. I'm a delegate there. I'm running for the Rubio alternate because I believe in supporting the Minnesota voter mandate. I also believe in the Constitution, and I believe in the National Convention. I believe in the choice of the National Convention and strongly believe in party unity. One of my biggest fears is that the party may split because, as it did in 1912, when Teddy Roosevelt and Taft split the Republican Party and they garnered 50% of the vote, Wilson won the election. We cannot do that. We cannot afford to lose a conservative balance in the Supreme Court. Health care is a catastrophe in this country. I'm going to leave you with one thought about decision making. Number one, the best decision you make is the right one. The second best decision is the wrong one. The worst thing you folks can do is not make any decision. So please make a decision and make a good one. And may God's will prevail. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jason Cole. I'm running for Rubio alternate. I got started in politics in 1999, interning for Governor Bush's campaign. I was fortunate enough to go on to work in the White House, leave in 2007, and move here to Minnesota where I started a software company. At this point in time, this was the first election cycle I actively got involved. I took a month off from work, I traveled to Iowa, I spent a week in the Minnesota office, and then I went to Illinois as a volunteer full-time staffer for Marco Rubio. And I did so for one reason. He was the only Republican candidate out speaking on issues that actually mattered to people under 40. The reason we lose the young Republican vote, or the youth vote in this country, and I classify that anyone born in 1980 on, so handily in this race, is not our ideas, it is not what we do, is that we do not speak and utilize our ideas to provide solutions to the problems facing that generation. And I hope in this slot and a continued activity in the party, I have the opportunity to help do so.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Brannon, and I would be honored and humbled to represent our state, our party, and most importantly, young Republicans. Obviously, we all know the party has a hard time reaching younger folks, and I sadly think that's because there's misconceptions about the party that these younger folks have, and then again, lack of representation. But I believe that I can inspire younger people by shining a light on the very philosophies and values that have made me a young, successful woman that I am today. My great-grandparents immigrated legally from Mexico, and my mother raised me by herself and often worked 2 jobs to support us. I paid for myself to go through college, and it just proves that that is the embodiment of the American dream, and you can be anyone, no matter what your background is. And I would love to just, again, represent younger folks in our state. Mike Huckabee once said, "I'm not a Republican because I was born rich, but because I didn't want to spend the rest of my life poor, waiting for the government to rescue me." Thank you.
Hello, I am Abigail Cobb, and I'm a Christian. My biggest goal in life is to glorify God in all that I do. My husband, Ken, and I homeschool our 4 children in Bemidji, Minnesota, and I also am a small business owner and have been very active in the Republican Party, especially at the local level. I am whether I'm in Cleveland, if I get to go there as an alternate, or at home, I am passionate about encouraging others to stand strong for our Constitution and its Bill of Rights. We need to fight for our conservative principles in our platform, such as right to life, right to carry, parental rights, and much more. My plea to everyone is to stand strong for what you know is right and leave the results to God. I'm Abigail Cobb, and I'm running for Rubio National Alternate, and I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Well, I'm Juliette Jordahl, and I don't dislike Canada, but I don't want to move there when Hillary's elected. So let's not let that happen. In the interest of using my time, I've got a video that should explain more, and please check out my flyer. I'd be honored to represent us. Thank you. I'm Juliette Jordahl, and I was a national delegate in 2008 and 2012. I'm for lower taxes and individual liberty. I'm a small business owner, sole proprietor, and I simply want to keep more of what I've earned. Secondly, and most importantly, I believe the greatest of our liberties is freedom from government. That's the original Republican ethic, and it's gotten terribly lost. Make no mistake, a win for Hillary is effectively a win for socialism. And a socialist United States is not what we stand for. It's not what our founding fathers stood for, and it's not what our troops and citizens have fought for since. Well, it's time to fight again. I have been proud and honored to serve my district and the state of Minnesota for the last near decade, and I would be proud and honored to represent us in Cleveland. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I have some good news for all of you. I am the last one in the Rubio slot. Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Folk. I'm from Senate District 33. And to quote one of my favorite actors, Jim Carrey, so you say I have a chance. Much of my political work has been grassroots, behind the scenes. I have been spending time at the Victory office, making phone calls for the politicians running. I've gone down to the University of St. Catharines to meet with the girls there to help educate them on the views and the political views of those running. If I can handle a bunch of feisty nuns, I can handle Cleveland. I believe that the outcome of this election is simple. It's a numbers game. If we all support our nominee, we will have a Republican president. If we splinter, history will once again repeat itself. A good leader can stand up here and cheer and get us all excited, but a great leader reminds us that we need to unite and bend. Let's all be great leaders. God bless you. I ask for your vote, and God bless America.
All right, we've completed the candidate presentation, so I will now ask Chief Teller Mary LeClaire to come and explain to us exactly. No, I won't ask Mary LeClaire. Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't look like Mary LeClaire. No. We'll go with Rob instead.
Okay, so not right this second, but when I'm done, the CD chairs need to come over and get their boxes. Most of the CD chairs have done this before. They know how it works. They'll distribute the envelopes that have the ballots to your BPOU chairs, your delegation chairs. You'll vote, you'll hand them back in, and then we'll collect them. Most of them are going to be scanned, as I mentioned earlier. They look like this. Mark in the circle completely. Don't exit, and do not make other marks on the paper. Make sure you vote for 5, as we had the rules fight yesterday. If you vote for less than 5 or more than 5, it's going to be a spoiled ballot. It will not count. My personal preference is that you do not fold these. You can if you feel it's privacy and all, but everything that we have to unfold and everything that we have to line up, as the BPOU chairs are collecting them, if you could even face them and put them back in the envelope that way. You will have 2 ballots in every envelope. They're paper clipped together. You'll distribute 1 ballot for alternates, 1 ballot for delegates, and you'll have to vote for 5 on both. So if there's not any questions, the CD chairs can come and get their boxes. Thanks.
All right, let's go ahead and proceed with balloting, and then...
I have a point of order.
Just one moment, please, then I'll get to it. Once cruise delegates and alternates have balloted, if you are a cruise delegate or alternate, once you have completed and turned in your ballot, then you should head out to the collection area out that direction by, what is it, Lincoln Reagan Room or something. All right, go ahead, sir.
Greg Bartz, Brown County. And I just heard that if you voted for less than 5, it'd be a spoiled ballot. The rules that we passed says votes may be cast. It doesn't say shall be cast or have to be cast for 5. It says you may be cast. And nowhere in the rules do I see that if you voted for less than 5, that the ballot would be spoiled. I don't see that in the rules.
Say they
If I say you may vote for no fewer than 5.
All right, the point is not well taken. I am told that the rules do require that you vote for 5. Obviously, you could choose not to vote, but if you vote for less than 5, it is a spoiled ballot and we would be disqualified. That was actually challenged and debated last night. So that is the rule.
Point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Joel Hanson, Deputy Chair, 1st Congressional District. Just question, where in the rules does it stipulate what constitutes a spoiled ballot?
Well, I don't know where the rule is generally in these kinds of proceedings, and I'll ask Mr. Vekich to correct me if I'm wrong, but a ballot is spoiled if it is not filled out consistent with the rules. So that is to some degree a judgment call, but there are specific rules for balloting, and if those rules are violated, it is likely to be deemed a spoiled ballot.
Parliamentarian, any issue with the may versus shall language, or is it just the intent?
The intent of the discussion is may or shall. It's if you do not vote for 5,
sure,
it'll be spoiled.
Thank you.
Thank you. When the tellers are done voting, tellers, I got a little message for you. Once you have completed your voting, go meet Mary LeClaire back there by the 2 exit areas, please. Tellers, when you're done voting, go meet Mary LeClaire by the exit areas. All right. Now that balloting is underway, we're going to go ahead.
Point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
Rick Erpelding, Senate District 25. Regardless of what was discussed, the terminology was left as using the term may, and understandably, and I was a part of that conversation, the conversation was whether or not we were going to accept that rules in the manner with which it was presented or not. If we looked up any contemporary dictionary, the word may is distinct from the word shall.
Just a point of order, if anyone has 4 names on their ballot and they're looking for a 5th name, that Andrew Cherokee guy, he's good looking, young, and exciting. So if you really can't find a 5th name...
Wait. You're out of order, please. All right, the point is not well taken. I can see where perhaps you see the word may, and that's all you look at. But it says voters may cast for no more and no fewer than 5 delegates. So you may cast a ballot, but it has to be for no more and no fewer than 5 delegates. I really think that's pretty clear. All right. We are going to be counting for a while, so it'd probably be a good time to allow some candidates to speak, and I will just go in the order that I was handed slips. Do we have Greg Ryan, 4th Congressional District candidate in the House? Greg Ryan, are you here? All right.
How'd I do?
I loved it. That was great.
Let's welcome 4th Congressional District candidate Greg Ryan.
Greg, come on.
I'm not the candidate. Actually, I'm the chair of the 4th Congressional District, and I wanted to introduce Greg Ryan to you. Greg is a plumber in St. Paul, lives in Roseville, and he has a compelling story, and I'd like you to pay attention to it as to why we should be supporting Mr. Ryan.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for participating in this event. It's pretty nice that we've got a packed house. So I'm going to start with my humble beginnings. Well, I'll go back before that. My great-grandfather was a legislator and a plumber in 1920. He helped put the plumbing in the state capitol. He had a son named Roy Ryan. Roy Ryan was a state legislator in the 60s at 64B. He started the business, Ryan Plumbing and Heating in St. Paul in 1951. He had a kid in 1932. His name was Dennis Ryan. That was my father. My father took over the business in 1968 because of my grandfather was spending time at the state capitol. In 1984, February 15th, a tragedy happened upon my family. My father was held up, shot, and murdered in my plumbing store. That was in 1984, February 15th. Since then, I became the owner and operator of the plumbing company with my brothers. I'm one of 4 boys. My oldest brother is an anesthesiologist in LA. My other brother, next lower, is a musician, songwriter, and artist. And then I've got the other brother right above me. He helps me do the day-to-day operation at our successful plumbing company. I've been experiencing the contraction of my customers' money due to the overreaching government on our citizens and all of us. I'm getting a little frustrated with that just because of their heavy-handedness on our personal freedoms. It's unfortunately. The economy is plugging along quite well in Minnesota. I think it's due to the government doing all kinds of deals with developers and our government getting into areas of development that the private sector should remain. The economy is going to stall because we're taking good money and throwing it. It's a small circle of the money. We're giving the money to the contractors and we're getting it back. We're losing a big share of that. Terrorism is very important in America right now. We just had an Egypt airplane come down, and I don't know what the conclusion of that is, but it appears to be terrorism, so let's pay attention to that. We need to make our U.S. a lot safer. Healthcare needs to be changed. We need to go with some sort of a home savings account, health savings account, in order for us to get our money's worth. Every time we give our money to the government, we get about 2 cents out of the dollar. And education. I don't know if I'm on a timer here, but education has been failing us miserably, especially in the metro area. We have less than 50% graduation rate for minorities. That's pathetic. I've been an employer for 32 years, and I've just seen the degradation of potential employees, and they're getting worse and worse and worse. We need a more educated workforce, and we're losing that market share. Every time we turn around, we got other companies leaving the country through inversion or something like that, and they're getting more educated people from overseas. We need to correct that immediately. I am running against a cozy incumbent that's been there for way too long. Her name is Betty McCollum. She needs to come home and familiarize herself with the 4th Congressional District, which she abandoned 16 years ago. She needs to be removed from Congress. She's a do-nothing legislature in Washington that represents us. Sorry, Betty, you don't represent me or all of us citizens in the 4th Congressional District. My website is Ryan for Us, the number 4 us. I need your help, whether it be financial or voting or support. We need to win the 4th congressional seat. I am the one that's going to be tirelessly fighting for all of Minnesotans. We have been stealing our money. The federal government has been stealing our money, and we need to put a stop to that. We can no longer afford to have Washington pickpocket us. So, again, my name is Greg Ryan. I'm running for U.S. Congress in the 4th Congressional District. It's an uphill battle, but I'm telling you what, I will be the fighter that you will bring to Washington. Trust me on that. I will be the hardest fighter for us in Washington. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, we now have a candidate who is running in the 5th Congressional District. If he is here, is Frank Drake available? He is on the way up here, so in the 5th Congressional District, welcome candidate Frank Drake.
Good afternoon. My name, for you who don't know me, is Carlton Crawford. I used to serve as chair of the 5th Congressional District in Minneapolis. Hello, everybody. When the 5th District needed a candidate to run against Keith Ellison, let me assure you that is a very hard job to do. It is a very intense job to do, but it is also the most important job to do. In the end, in 2016, one man stepped up to take care of that job for us, and that man is Frank Drake. Ladies and gentlemen, the next congressman from the 5th Congressional District, Frank Drake.
Thank you, Carlton, very much. Thank you, Carlton. To everyone in the 5th Congressional District, could I have you please stand? Thank you. You are my supporters. Okay, did you know that this congressional seat has not been won by a Republican since 1963? I'm going to change that. My name is Frank Drake. I will be your next congressman. I felt compelled to get into this race because in 2010, we the people spoke and said, cut spending, lower the budget, balance the budget. Congress never did. We the people watched as Obama gave us this Iranian deal. We the people keep funding this Obamacare screw job when cheaper, better options for health care are easily available. We the people have decided that career politicians no longer represent us. So I decided, as a businessman, to commit to this congressional race. I'm conservative on spending. I believe we must keep freedom and liberty alive in Minnesota and in America. If you respect your neighbor and don't steal from him through taxation, then I welcome you of any persuasion. I'm Frank Drake. I'm asking for your vote to stand up for those who say one thing and do the exact opposite. I will address any disparity on business, race, religion, and government overreach in a businesslike and sane manner. We the people deserve better in the Minnesota 5th. That's indisputable. Thank you. Thank you very much for your support. I will finish this race in November. I'm very excited about this race and all the races throughout Minnesota. Please stop by our table over here. We would love to hear your story. God bless Minnesota. God bless the United States of America. And God, please help us respect one another. Thank you very much. Great job, Frank. Great job. Thank you, Chris. Frank.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Is Dave Hughes here? Dave Hughes is running in the 7th Congressional District. Would be nice to send Colin Peterson home, wouldn't it? Colin Peterson, up in the district where I grew up, has been there, I believe, since Lincoln was president. And we have Dave Hughes who's taken him on, and let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dave Hughes. I live in Carlstadt, Minnesota in Kitson County with my beautiful wife Amanda and our 7 young children. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives in District 7 against 26-year incumbent Democrat Colin Peterson on the themes of prosperity, security, and integrity. My website is hughesforcongress.us, and I have a table out there. I'd love to talk with you and love to receive your donations. I'm running for Congress because I believe our nation is racing toward disaster. I want to turn this ship around, put out the fire, and head in a better direction, a course for freedom. If we step back, look at the big picture, and try to blame our present predicament on a single thing, I think it's this. For the past 100 years, we have utterly failed to support, defend, and respect the brilliant system of federalism established by our founders. As a result, our federal government has greatly exceeded the authority granted to it by the people, as enumerated in the U.S. Constitution, and has grown progressively oppressive and wasteful. I desire to reverse this trend by quickly and dramatically reducing the size of the federal government. Start by abolishing 5 departments: the U.S. Departments of Education, Energy, Commerce, Labor, and Housing and Urban Development. The combined annual budgets of these 5 departments amount to about $300 billion. That happens to be about the same amount that we raise every year from the U.S. federal corporate income tax, which means that if we get rid of those 5 departments, we could eliminate the federal corporate income tax altogether. And that would make the U.S. economy competitive globally. My name is Dave Hughes, and I want to repeal Obamacare completely and implement free market reforms which include portability, requiring all the states to allow all 1,000 plus insurance companies to offer policies, and tort reform. We should pass a balanced budget constitutional amendment. Financial responsibility in Washington, D.C. will foster individual freedom for our citizens. I want to comprehensively audit the Federal Reserve, all 15 U.S. departments, and the 200 plus agencies, bureaus, and commissions in Washington, D.C. I will push for a constitutional amendment to implement term limits for Congress members. Politicians go to Washington and stay far too long. I want to abolish the congressional pension system. Terms in office should be brief periods of public service and not lifetimes of accumulating wealth and benefits. Finally, we must address the looming financial and demographic train wrecks that are Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. We've avoided these for far too long to the detriment of ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. All of this is to shrink government in order to promote the freedom of our citizens. I'm running for Congress in CD 7 against Blue Dog Democrat Colin Peterson. Colin is a chameleon, portraying himself as a conservative on the one hand, while refusing to repeal Obamacare on the other, and voting for extremist leftist Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House. Colin is campaigning for socialist Bernie Sanders. He's a delegate for Bernie Sanders. In fact, Colin Peterson is a superdelegate for socialist Bernie Sanders. I need help to get my name and message out to the people of the 38 counties of my district. Please meet me at my table afterwards, and please donate. I'm a constitutional conservative ready to take back my conservative district. I need funds to do that. You don't have to be in CD7 to care about this race or to donate. This race affects all Minnesotans and all Americans. I'm Dave Hughes. God bless all of you, God bless Minnesota, and God bless the United States of America.
The reason I am here today is because the Senate is controlled by Democrats. Matt Dean could not be here because Republicans control the House, and so they needed his vote to matter. So the point that Dave made about Colin Peterson, or whoever it may be, being a, quote, blue dog Democrat, but yet casting a vote for leader is very important. We need to win majorities in legislatures to have control. I see Jim over here, so let's bring on our first congressional district candidate, who hopefully will send Tim Walz back to the classroom. Jim Hagedorn, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I don't think I've ever spoken to so many great Americans in my life. It's just a pleasure. Big shout out to the 1st District. Thank you for your endorsement. Thanks for everything you do. We're going to beat Liberal Tim Walz in this election. Now, the reason I'm running for Congress is the same reason that you're here today. Because we know our country's in trouble, and we need to make big, bold changes to our country, or we're going to lose it the way the forefathers put it together. I'm also running because we've had enough of Republicans winning election and not doing enough with it. We need to govern with the courage of our conservative convictions in Washington, St. Paul, and locally. Thank you. I stand for the big, bold reforms and solutions in Washington to take the power from the politicians, the bureaucrats, the interest groups, and send it back to the states and the people. And if we follow that model for transportation, education, taxation, veterans, environment, welfare, we'll have a better country, a better state, and better communities. Now, in addition to limiting our government, which is very important, we need to reconnect with the principles that made this country great to begin with. Peace through strength. Ronald Reagan taught us, he showed us, that we can be a strong country, we can influence the world, we can defeat our enemies, but we don't have to be involved in ground wars of diminishing returns. Free enterprise capitalism. The Democrats say, you make it, they'll take it. That's not working. The economy's bogged down with too much government. We need regulatory reform, tax reform, welfare reform in order to get this economy rolling. U.S. energy independence, that's very important. We also need the rule of law. Whether it's EPA regulations or whether it's amnesty for illegal aliens, Tim Walz believes in the rule of Obama. That's the way he votes. We need the rule of law and to redefine and get back to the U.S. Constitution and the basic laws of our country. We also need to protect our God-given rights, and for that means the right to life, the right to keep and bear arms, and the right to religious freedom. Now, let's get to Tim Walz. He's the most liberal congressman in the history of southern Minnesota, but he tells us that he's reaching across the aisle in bipartisan fashion in Washington. Nothing could be further from the truth. Let's set the record straight for Congressman Walz. When you vote for Obamacare, when you vote for amnesty for illegal aliens, when you vote for Obama's Iran deal, when you vote for ridiculous EPA regulations against farmers, when you support abortion in the 7th, 8th, 9th month of pregnancy, that's not reaching across the aisle to Republicans. That's gesturing across the aisle at Republicans and misrepresenting the people of southern Minnesota. Now, he's a liberal on all fronts, and we could talk about a number of issues, but we'll just talk about radical Islam right now. Walz is so liberal and politically correct that he won't call it radical Islam. He's for Obama's open borders and amnesty. He supports all these programs that have brought in hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people improperly vetted. Worse yet, he votes to close the Guantanamo Bay prison in Cuba, and somebody once asked him, well, when you bring those terrorists in for trial, where are they going to end up? And the congressman said, well, if they end up in Rochester's Federal Medical Center, that's just fine with him. Can you believe it? A congressman inviting the terrorists into his district? The guy's wrong about all of this. Radical Islam is the enemy. We need to secure America's borders. We need to protect the country from people with radical attitudes. I've called for a refugee program timeout. And when it comes to the Guantanamo Bay prison, we should not just keep it open, but for those Islamic terrorists, we don't need to be giving them Miranda rights. We should be giving them the last rights and defending our country. Now, we had a close election last time. It was 54-46. We just came up a little bit short, and all we needed was your support. So today I brought our NRA duffel bag, and I hope you'll fill it up and give us the ammunition we need to beat Tim Walz. We'll be walking around the room and hopefully get your contributions. But the election sets up very nicely for us. Southern Minnesota is a strong area for conservatism. Hillary Clinton is not well liked. And let's be honest, the Democrat position is very weak. If the Obama administration wasn't so corrupt, Hillary Clinton would be introducing herself to cellmates, not vice presidential running mates at this time. Now, Clinton and Walz offer Obama's third term. Nobody wants that. They offer a Supreme Court with liberals that are going to take away our right to keep and bear arms and our religious freedom. On the other side, our nominee, Donald Trump, and myself will run for big, bold reforms to secure our borders, to protect our country, to get the economy rolling, to do what needs to be done to make our country great again. My friends, please support our campaign. Let's beat Walz. Let's win this election. Let's take back our country. Let's restore America's greatness. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Hey, well done. Appreciate it. Good job. There. Well done. Good to see you. Well, it's you. Thank you. All right. Thanks, Chris.
All right, we do not have ballots back yet, and I am unaware of any additional congressional candidates that are here. So at the discretion of the chair, and in the interest of time, we are going to jump ahead in the agenda and go to electors. And I've got to get to my point in the... He doesn't have the ballots. He doesn't have the ballots. Right. Oh, don't have elector ballots. Right. Oh, okay, never mind. So I guess Mike Vekich is going to have to sing.
No.
You up for that? All right, very good. We are going to let Chris Fields go ahead and give his deputy report and speak to the elector issue as well. Very good.
Well, how you guys doing? Good? Well, hey guys, I got to tell you, from up here, this looks great. This looks great. I really do appreciate all the passion that you guys have. For everyone that's piling up in the aisles to get on that microphone, I got to tell you, I'm proud of you. It takes a lot of courage to fight for what you believe in, and I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job. I especially like the fact that I don't see any blood or flesh on the aisle or anything like that. So that means it's a civil sort of engagement. No. It'll stay civil, Carol. It'll stay civil. So they tell me to never say never, okay? But I got to tell you, there's a couple times when it's just okay. For example, never Hillary. That's okay. You guys with that one? And I'll also tell you this much. I will never go on a pub crawl with the Republican Liberty Caucus again. Yeah. That hurt me last night. Like, I'm standing up here, bright lights, like, holy cow. I felt like I was on active duty again. Yeah, that's how I spent my days, on active duty. No, folks, I'm really proud to be your deputy chair. I think the work that you guys are doing out there in the counties, throughout greater Minnesota and the metro, I think is going to pay off big. Okay, I think it is. I think we will retain the House, and I believe that we're going to get that Senate. That is going to be huge, and that's going to be because of your efforts. So please hang in there, keep fighting. We're going to do great things, okay? I really do believe that. Look, I'm going to take off because I got to go show the Republican flag at an event tonight. I am running for national elector. And I can tell you, the one thing I would love about that job, if Minnesota goes for a Republican, that would be awesome. So then you got to send a national elector in there to Washington, D.C. I would line up Amy Klobuchar, Al Franken, and Keith Ellison and just sort of give them like one of those Three Stooges moves, like, you know, just to let them know that we can get it done, all right? Folks, again, you're doing a great job. You look great out there. If you need anything from your state party, be sure to call me, okay? If you're getting through this election cycle and it's just kind of tough, you feel like you can't support every single Republican, just call me, okay? And remember what the R on the ballot stands for. It doesn't stand for everything that we believe in. It doesn't stand for that. It stands for respect for freedom, respect for local control, respect for the rule of law. That R represents our best shot at getting our state and our country back on track. Okay, and I hope you can support every single Republican because I'm all in for all of our Republicans across this state. Thank you and God bless.
they ready?
The cruise people are ready.
Carlton. We can do that before the ballots come back on the video.
Yes.
Okay. That's the way we set it
Yeah.
up, is to count while the speeches while
So-
counting. No, that's fine.
I didn't realize we could do that.
Talk to Carlton and getting them ready.
Okay, so they'll be ready. Okay, why don't you just announce we'll be getting ready for the cruise speeches.
All right, folks, we are at the point that we are ready for the Ted Cruz national delegate speeches. The rules do allow us to do this before the results come in on the Rubio delegates and alternates. So Cruz delegates and alternates, let's get ready to go ahead and come on up and give speeches.
You got to call on Carlton.
And Carlton, while the Cruz people can come, Carlton, go ahead, come on up and give your report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I'll announce the nominees for national delegate Ted Cruz Lane first, and then the national alternate candidates for the same presidential candidate. Names I'm reading are in the order that they are printed on ballot and are in the order in which they will speak. So the nominees for national delegate Ted Cruz Lane are William Paulson, Becky Hall, Elliot Forst, Jerry Hertaus, Chris Kaufman, Riley Horan, Don Evanson, Brian Bjornson, Vicky Freilich, Marjorie Holston. I will pause on this name and this name only. On your ballot, the last name and first name are reversed. It will appear as Holston Marjorie. So clearly a vote for Holston Marjorie is actually a vote for Marjorie Holston. Last nominee for delegate is Brady Krieger. Those are your nominees for delegate. The nominees for national alternate Ted Cruz Lane are as follows: Christina Pearson, Kip Knipple, Ken Murphy, Dee Solars, Daniel Willett. And those are the nominees for national alternate Ted Cruz Lane. We can begin with the speeches at this point. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Carlton. How many Cruz delegates are we voting for? 4. Four and 4. 4 delegates, 4 alternates. All right, we're getting the candidates lined up now. We'll be ready to go.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If we could hold up just a minute, we have a lot of people that are out of the auditorium right now because they thought it was a break.
Okay.
And all the tellers are also missing.
Oh, well, that's a problem now, isn't it?
You'd think so.
Yeah. All right. Why don't we go ahead? Why don't we have the sergeant at arms let people know, if you can do that for me, let people know that we're going to get going on this?
said Jason Lewis was here, but these guys, they say they're here and they want to speak and they're never like within earshot, so. I'll see if I can find Jason. He could be here.
I'll get it. I'll get it.
All right, we have another congressional candidate in the House. How would you like to have a guy in Congress that has spent the better part of his adult life articulating and understanding and defending our conservative principles? Well, we might have that opportunity in my congressional district, the 2nd Congressional District. Let's welcome a guy that I have known for many, many years as a friend and a colleague at times, Mr. Jason Lewis.
Hey, thank you all. No, stay seated. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming and putting in the hard work. And thanks, Dave, for that wonderful introduction. You read it, as always, just the way I wrote it. I really appreciate that. Thanks to all the hard work you do. You are the backbone of the Republican Party. Without the hard work that you put in the caucuses, at the county conventions, the BPOUs, at the congressional district conventions, and now here, the Republican Party wouldn't exist. So my thanks to you. Now, there are some people that don't appreciate all the hard work you do. I will tell you here and now, I am not one of them, and that's why I was proud to abide by your endorsement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a crossroads. I don't have to tell you that. This is very reminiscent to 1980, when the country had to make a seminal decision whether they wanted to continue down the road of malaise, of slow growth, of a weakened America, or whether they wanted bold change and wanted to have real prosperity, real growth, and America that was still the envy of the world. That is our destiny, and that's the change we're going to make in 2016. When I say we're at a crossroads, when I say we're at a tipping point, look at young people today. Think about what's happened to young people and their future. Think about what the Democrat policies have done to this generation. The Democrats, in just a few short years, have priced our sons and daughters,
our young people out of the health care market. So much for affordable health care. They priced them out of the housing market. So much for an affordable home. They priced them out of higher education. And if my opponent in the 2nd District, Angie Craig, has her way, they'll be priced out of the energy market. I'm saying today, enough is enough, because today, right here, right now, is where the change begins and big government ends. And we don't do that with platitudes. We don't do that with the old liberal bromides. We do it with specifics on policy. We support things like I do, such as the Tax Code Termination Act, which will get rid of this Swiss cheese tax code with loopholes and carve-outs for special interests and move us to, for once and for all, a flatter, fairer tax, which everybody deserves. We do it by going to Washington and saying enough of the spending on a $4 trillion budget and $20 trillion in debt. We're going to go back and we're going to readopt budget sequestration, and we're going to cut spending across the board. And we're going to go to the president, no matter who he or she might be, and we're going to say, not one more dime in a larger debt ceiling without a concomitant cut in spending, period. We are going to go to the regulators, and we're going to say the 3,400 federal rules you issued last year are going to be cut in half. We're going to go to the regulators and tell them to stay out of local issues like education. In fact, if I get elected to Congress, we're going to go to the Department of Education and tell them, you end Common Core or we'll end the Department of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, we are going back to first principles. First Republican principles. And those principles are the protection of our God-given life, liberty, and property in the 5th and 14th Amendment, and we are going to do it. We're going to protect innocent life, and we're going to protect the liberty to defend that life with something called the Second Amendment. That's what I will support in Congress. Now, naturally, someone that stakes out these positions, someone that says we ought to finally cut foreign aid to terrorist nations, stop the influx of dangerous refugees, and secure our borders once and for all, someone that actually stands up for America in Minnesota in the 2nd District is going to get attacked. Wow, didn't see that one coming. Well, let me tell you, the attacks and the usual liberal talking points they use to attack your next congressman from the 2nd District, I wear them with a badge of honor. Because you know you're effective and you know you're making progress when all the right people are attacking you. And I don't intend to back down. I intend to stick to my guns, and I intend to get something done for the 2nd District, for Minnesota, and the United States of America. So join me today to restore real growth, to get the right economic policies, to restore peace and prosperity, to restore nothing less for our future generations than the American dream. That's what this election is about. Are you ready to restore the American dream for Minnesotans, for the country? Are you ready to restore real economic prosperity? Are you ready to restore the Constitution of the United States? Then join with me, Jason Lewis, and let's do it one district at a time, starting with the 2nd Congressional. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Have a great convention.
All righty. We have no word on ballots yet, I don't believe, so let's go ahead and start with it looks like we got people back in the auditorium, so shall we go ahead and start with the cruise delegates and 1-minute speeches? Are we ready to go? All right.
Thank you. I'm Bill Paulson. The National Convention is key to the future of the Republican Party. Besides the nomination, the convention in Cleveland sets the rules for future races and determines the party platform. As your representative in 2012, On the Rules Committee, I fought for our grassroots caucus system. If you elect me this year, I will continue that fight. I will oppose a national primary and fight to ensure grassroots Republicans choose the nominee in 2020 and beyond, not a handful of party insiders or the liberal media. I welcome the millions of people who have been energized in this race by Donald Trump and Ted Cruz. We need all these voters to carry states like Michigan and Pennsylvania and to elect grassroots congressmen and legislators across Minnesota. I'm Bill Paulson. I ask for your vote so I can continue to fight on your behalf for a grassroots Republican Party. Thank you.
Happy Armed Services Day. I just want to take a moment to say God bless our vets and our service members out there. I'm a Navy wife, so go Navy. I just want to welcome you, my fellow Republicans, to Duluth, my beautiful hometown here, Duluth, Minnesota. My name is Becky Hall. It makes my heart soar to see so many wonderful freedom-loving patriots here in my backyard of liberal land. So thank you for being here. If you could stay forever, that would be great. We need more conservatives up here. I'm running for the Cruz slate here. Been active in Republican politics in Minnesota for over 30 years. I'm a constitutional conservative, part of the conservative conscience of our party and our eventual presidential nominee. It's all about unity. And I'm honored to be part of the America Promise slate. Would be honored to have your vote and continue this fight in Cleveland. I'm part of the Never crowd, and that is hashtag, my motto is hashtag Never Hillary Clinton. So allow me to represent you in Cleveland and keep her out of the White House. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elliot Forst. I'm a member of the Minnesota Young Republicans slate. As a young delegate, I offer something that no other adult here can, the crucial support of thousands of young voters. In a time where our party, the Republican Party, is looking to expand its voter base, I represent those voters. With my energy, passion, and steadfast commitment, I promise to help bring other young voters into our party. When 10% of those participating in November's election will be first-time voters, it is vital that we gain the support of such a large demographic. As your national delegate in Cleveland, I will not support a nominee who is brought in as a white horse or parachuted in by the establishment. I believe we need someone who has campaigned and been held accountable by the people for the last months. I will, however, endorse fully whoever is our party's nominee. My name is Elliot Forst, and I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Hello all, my name is Randy Gilbert, Chair of CD3. I'm here to speak on behalf of Representative Jerry Hurtas, 33A. As you know, he's in St. Paul today doing our business. His prepared statement: thank you for the opportunity to represent Minnesota as a national delegate to the Republican National Convention in Cleveland, Ohio this July. During my past 40 years as a business owner, entrepreneur, and employer, I have acquired and mastered communication and negotiation skills necessary to be an effective leader and arbiter, bringing people together for a common purpose. As an elected official, both at local and state government levels, I believe that I would be an effective in convincing undecided delegates presented at the National Convention to unite behind winning candidates and defeat Democrats this November. As a member of the Cruz legislative leadership team in support of the Ted Cruz campaign for President of the United States, I am seeking an at-large Cruz delegate slot. We must lead our country back to the guiding and founding principles of a representative republic as envisioned by the framers of the Constitution, protecting sovereign state rights, repealing every unconstitutional executive order, and operating the federal government within the limits of an enumerated powers provided by the federal government. Thank you. Jerry Hurtas.
Hi, my name is Chris Kaufman, and I'm running as a Ted Cruz endorsed national delegate. And thank you. I'm sure all of you got my emails and saw my flyer. If you didn't see my flyer, please look around the floor. There's probably some more. So let me hit you with the highlights. I'm married, I have 3 great kids. I've owned and operated my own company for 32 years. I'm currently the mayor of Hanover, which is the most conservative city in Wright County and Hennepin County. As a national delegate, I'm bound to vote for Ted Cruz first. I will support the endorsed candidate. I believe in unity. I'm outspoken conservative, unafraid to take on the establishment. Just ask some of our leadership. I will oppose any rule changes to this year's convention. And I'm going to leave you with some wisdom from Harold Shudlick, if you're out there, Harold. We will fight crooked Hillary till hell freezes over, and then we'll fight her on skates. Folks, it's time to strap on the skates and drop the gloves. Chris Kaufman, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Riley Horan. I'm a student at the University of St. Thomas, and I am running as a Ted Cruz delegate. Unfortunately, Ted has exited the race, and it is time for us as Republicans to unite and rally behind our presumptive nominee. At times, I have been disappointed by the way Donald Trump has conducted himself throughout his campaign. I understand that many of you are put off by his crude and harsh rhetoric. However, there is no denying the fact that Donald Trump is a winner, a conservative, and most importantly, an American patriot. We cannot afford to lose this election because we won't have a country anymore once Hillary Clinton is through with it. Let's unite and turn our country from the shadows of dark liberal blue into the colors of bright, bold, conservative red. Instead of saying, never Trump, let's start saying, no way in hell, Hillary, Rodham, Clinton. I'm Riley Horan. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Don Evanson of Winona County. I've been a conservative Republican voter since I returned from my Vietnam service. I've been a caucus attendee since 1978 by my recollection. Since then, I've been continually involved at all levels of activism within the party, carrying the water for constitutional conservatism, including pro-life, pro-gun, and limited government issues. This is my umpteenth convention at all levels, including state central meetings. Maybe that's been a good thing. I pray that our next president will be the example for conservatism that I want for my grandchildren. My past choices for conservative candidates have never been endorsed, but after the convention, I always pounded signs for our nominee. Thank you for your time. Please vote for me, Don Evanson.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Bjornson. I'm a lifelong Republican, a member of the GOP. My grandfather was the chairman of the GOP in 1913. My uncle, whose 1954 campaign button I'm wearing, was when he ran for the United States Senate against Hubert Humphrey. He lost. I have been active in Republican politics ever since 1962. This year, from city council to presidential elections. This year I'm running for the House District 46B. I have a website and an organization called shrinkthegovernment.info, shrinkthegov.gov.info. I ask for your vote because I will be I have a tremendous ability. I will be a wonderful delegate because I am a frugal Republican. Believe me, I will be the best national delegate in the history of the GOP. You should elect me as your national delegate because I will help make America great again. Thank you.
I'm Vicki Froelich. My husband and I farm and homeschooled our 5 children at Kenyon. I've been involved for years with caucus, election judge, and campaigns. I am currently the secretary for CD2. When Governor Dayton came to Rochester, I showed him this and asked, "Sir, is it possible they may put you on Mount Rushmore someday after you send all the Minnesota businesses to South Dakota?" Starting last July, we made 8 trips to Iowa for their caucus. We traveled with Ted Cruz for 3 days. Mr. Trump told me he would defund Planned Parenthood. We met and photographed most of the Republican candidates, and we were at Ted Cruz's victory party in Iowa. We also went to CPAC.
I would love to continue my great year and go to the National Convention and be your special correspondent. I will honor the nominee of the Republican Party. Please vote for Vicki Froelich. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marjorie Holston. I'm a wife, mother, homeschooler, attorney, and longtime very active conservative activist. Our Constitution establishes government by the consent of the governed. The first three words are we the people. My friends, that is us, and we the people do not consent to what government is currently doing. At all levels of government, we need to elect conservatives who will honor the Constitution. Do everything you can to help these candidates get elected. Give your time, give your money. If you have a pet pig, bring your pig to parades to walk with candidates who promise to stop the pork. My name is Marjorie Holston. I would be honored to have your vote to be a national delegate, and my name is on the list right here of the American Promise slate. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Brady Bunch. Okay, wait, that's not right. My name's Brady Krieger. I'm from Elk River, Minnesota. Grew up in a small business, small family. My parents used to own the Elk River landfill, so I grew up in a dump. Not a lot of people can say that literally. I'm a constitutional conservative. George Washington said that the Constitution would be his guide. If it's good enough for him, I think it should be good enough for all of us. I didn't send out a lot of information. I sent out one short 3-paragraph deal that was hard to send out in the first place, but I got it out. What matters is remembering me right here, right now. This is the Republican Party. I'm certainly never Bernie. I'm not Hillary, so I'll support our candidate. Please vote for me. Thank you. I'm Brady Krieger.
Oh, no problem. That concludes the candidates for national delegate in the Ted Cruz lane, and now we'll proceed to the alternate candidates.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here into this thing called political life. The elevator of political life has brought me to my current home in Minneapolis, also home to the Minnesota DFL House Minority Leader. Today I ask you to vote for me, Christina Pearson, as a national alternate in the Cruz lane, so that I can learn how other states successfully and maintain their red status and share those ideas here in Minnesota. Along with me, please go crazy and make a contribution to your legislative candidates so that they can meet the July 15th fundraising deadline to receive state matching dollars. When you get a chance, please send my House candidate, Tom Gallagher, $10. It would go a long way to ensure that we retain the Minnesota House majority by keeping the minority leader in his home district. Please vote Christina Pearson, and Olmsted County, please remember to vote for my brother Nels Pearson next election. Thank you.
My name is Kip Knippel, and I'm an alternate on the Cruz slate. I'm a former Republican-endorsed candidate for the Minnesota State Senate, where I learned campaign execution from my good friend and former U.S. presidential candidate, Michelle Bachmann. Yes, right. I'm running for RNC alternate to ensure that our Republican Party endorses a conservative agenda along with our presidential candidate. I'm a lifelong constitutional conservative, a Reagan Republican, a lover of liberty and freedom, a believer in free market capitalism, as well as a small, limited government. I hold Judeo-Christian values and believe in protecting the sanctity of life from conception to natural death. Please vote for me, Kip Knippel, for alternate, and borrowing from the immortal words of the greatest president of our generation, let's win one with the Kipper. Thank you.
Hello, delegates. I'm Ken Murphy from CD7 in Lyon County. I'm running for alternate delegate to the National Convention under Ted Cruz. I've been a Ted Cruz activist in my county for the past several months. My principles include the restoration of the Constitution and the rule of law, and promoting biblical family values. The best reasons to vote for me are that I'm liberty-loving, pro-life, free market promoting, union skeptic, gun rights advocating, Mark Levin listening, Convention of States believing, and a rarity, I'm a conservative university professor. So vote for me, Ken Murphy, on the Cruz-Rubio slate. Thank you.
D. Solers, SD44B. My political ribbon involvement has been being part of the recounts for Coleman and Emmer. I am an election judge presently, and we need more GOP election judges. We're often outnumbered. I've also gone to town halls with Terry Bonoff and gave her many, many emails, and I'm not sure if I'm part of why she's leaving. So, also, I want to paraphrase Einstein. He said, any fool can know something, but the point is to understand it. I, the fool, know stuff, but there's much that I don't understand. I know the voters gave us the Senate and the reps in the DC land, but why did our Democratic president get so much through? I don't understand that. We had the stronghold of Congress, but we didn't get anywhere. I know that it's popular to be diversified, but why is that overshadowing being unified as politicians, as political candidates, as Americans? I seek to be part of this process. I'm a wife, mother, sister, daughter, registered nurse, and my last name is Solars, my first name is D, and I hope that I get D vote from you to be part of the 4 that are on the Cruz alternate.
Batting cleanup for the Cruz team. My name is Dan Willett. President Ronald Reagan said, "There are no easy answers, but there are simple answers. We must have the courage to do what we know is morally right." Folks, we cannot allow Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders to be our next president. She will, or he will, accomplish President Obama's dream of fundamentally changing this country by nominating the next 4 to 5 U.S. Supreme Court justices. Proverbs 1:7 says, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction." We must get back to our Judeo-Christian principles and values, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and ask the Lord for His wisdom and instruction for putting our nation back on track. I believe our brightest days are still ahead of us, and it would be my honor to serve you as an alternate to the Republican National Convention. Thank you, and in the name of Jesus Christ, we seek His guiding hand so He will continue to bless America. I'm on the American Promise slate, and my name is Dan Willett, and I approve his message.
All right, I am told we don't have tellers here to hand out ballots, and apparently we don't have results back yet on the Rubio delegate vote, I should say. So I believe the state chair of the College Republicans, Blaze Drinkwine, is here. Blaze, are you here somewhere? I see somebody that looks a lot younger than me walking rapidly in this direction. And by the way, just in case you think this thing's going to slow down, that is caffeine. Welcome. Thank you.
As college Republicans, we often face preconceived scrutiny, judgment, and stereotypes on a daily basis. However, we have been presented with unique opportunity this election to fight for our conservative beliefs on all levels of government, and we are excited to continue our work on local campaigns to restore a citizen-led government. College Republicans often play a key role in the outcome of elections, whether it be field staff, volunteering, or even just getting out to vote. Why is Hillary Clinton running for president? Is it because she's a champion for women while taking donations from foreign countries that deny women the most basic rights? Or because she flip-flops more than my sandals on issues like gay marriage, the economy, and foreign affairs? So why is she running for president? Because it's easier than running from law enforcement. We as Republicans often say, name one accomplishment, Mrs. Clinton. Well, here's a few of her accomplishments. She doesn't know how to use Gmail. She travels a lot. She has 6.3 million followers on Twitter. All things that the Democratic establishment has said, let's make her our nominee and condemn anybody who stands against her. The facts are on our side, Mrs. Clinton, and with how you've been polling lately, I don't think champion is an accurate word to describe yourself. The Democrats talk about free education and free health care without basic understanding of how things work in the world. In a state that voted for Bernie Sanders, who uses things like this for his campaign platform, it just shows we have a long way to go. So here's a quick economics 101 lesson. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So no, Bernie, you can't give away Donald Trump's steak because he owns a couple of buildings. There's a reason we have our system set up the way we do. It provides a reward based on challenge, encouraging everybody to strive and grow, which in turn lifts everybody up. As young conservatives, we are the future of this party. Years down the road, we will be sitting where you are today, maybe in leadership positions, owning small businesses, or just fighting for the right cause. We found that when we share messages about conservatism on college campuses, it's heard. It's often surprising to students who realize that at the core, conservatism lifts everybody up equally, and that Republicans aren't the bad guys after all. If millennials learned anything from the current administration, is that when they're talking about making education more affordable and even free, they have as much credibility as Obama did after he said, if you like your doctor, you can keep him, about the Affordable Care Act, which ironically didn't make healthcare cheaper. I don't have a degree or anything yet, but I think that everyday Americans in the Obama administration have very vast, different definitions of affordable anything. And now students are graduating with more debt and no guarantee for jobs before they leave. Our theme for this year is forward thinking, because when you set out to accomplish big things, you have to think big and provide an environment where you don't just plan the next 6 to 12 months, but be set up to succeed for years to come. We realize that everybody has potential to make a positive impact, and we want to provide the tools so that we can excel in whatever task or project we are working on. A fish is no good unless it's in water, so why would we have anyone not doing something that they are good at? I can speak for just about every CR when I say we strive to be successful, not just to make our parents proud and have a feeling of accomplishment, but to make sure that generations that come after us have it better than we did. If you don't plan, you plan to fail. And as millennials, we don't have time for failure, which is why we are coming up with a long-term plan so that our organization can continue to grow, thrive, and train the next generation of conservative leaders across the state and across this great country. This year, we are excited to be helping grassroots candidates like Stuart Mills win elections so that Minnesota knows who is representing us and what they actually stand for. The 8th district is the one that got away, and when you lose by less than 1.4%, you go for it again. As millennials, there's nothing more encouraging than someone who appreciates the work you do for them, many of them coming to return in the cycle to help. We have college Republicans and just regular folks across the state that helped out Stuart in 2014 and who are all ready to do it again. Stuart not only inspires the conservative movement, but also the young people who have always felt disenfranchised by the establishment system of politicians. When millennials look at supporting candidates, we want somebody with a record of success. Success comes through challenging the status quo, and that's exactly what Stuart Mills has been doing his whole life. Working at Mills Fleet Farm, starting from stocking shelves and working up all the way up to be vice president of the company, you learn a few things. The true American dream. College Republicans have grown year after year, but we're not holding back. We will continue to thrive and make an even bigger future with tremendous dedication to our cause. Lives of college Republicans are truly impacted by the generosity of our donors, and I encourage you to speak with any CRs here that are volunteering this weekend and hear their story. So from us, we thank you, and God bless the United States of America. We're also going to be passing around a hat or a couple hats around here, so if you guys would like to donate to our cause, put in some money and go to mncrs.org. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. We are now going to hear from our National Committee woman. Let's welcome Janet Byhofer.
Thank you all for being here. We said that to state central delegates yesterday. But you have to understand, every organization needs people who know what to do and how to do it. The RNC comes under a lot of flack. So I want to give you a couple perspectives on it, and then I want to shift to a key issue that we are all going to deal with today with the election this year. If you take the left part of the political spectrum and the right, and you go to the center, there are 168 people on the RNC. And we have views from center to as far right as you can go. We have a conservative steering committee, of which I'm a key member, that comprises almost half of the delegates on the RNC, or the members of the RNC. The ads that you saw during the presidential campaigns were done by PACs. They were not done by the RNC. It is a lively organization. We do disagree. But when we leave the key meeting on Friday afternoon, we understand one thing. We must win. We got them all there, but we got to win. I want to take you through a thought process here. It's not PhD level, so I don't have to worry about PhD words, and you won't have to worry about them either. If you take a look at what's happened in the last 2 weeks, we've seen 2 hairline cracks on the left side of the spectrum. How many of you ever went to a Catholic school with nuns? Yeah, a significant number of you. You know those elderly sisters of the poor who are fighting to keep mandatory birth control insurance costs out of their insurance program? They kind of had a win this week. And any of you who have ever gone to school with Catholic nuns, particularly when they wear habits, know they're smart, they are dedicated, they have hearts of gold, and they have souls of steel. You do not mess with Catholic nuns. You just don't do it. Obama kind of figured that out after SCOTUS refused to hear the case. And they were told to go back and find a resolution at the lower court between the nuns and the federal government. Even Obama finally said, you know, maybe we should have just gone along with them in the first place. Second crack. Hairline, but a crack. All of us have lived with the candidate we wanted who had to drop out. Well, a few of you didn't. I won't say all of us. But think about this. Donald Trump does not want to lose. He likes to win. And you think he wants to go down in history as somebody dumber, more stupid, more errors than Barack Obama? I don't think so. I don't think so. He has made outrageous comments, and he has gotten breaks by the media. But this President of the United States is kind of like a big job. And again, win over lose. Some of us went to the Iowa caucuses, and where I went, there were 3 precincts that had almost 1,000 people in 3 precincts, okay? And Dr. Ben Carson stopped in there, and he walked around, never said a word, never took a photograph. He just walked. Now, I know you need to be smart and have good hands to do brain surgery, but every place that man went, and I crossed paths with him 4 times. The calm that emanates from that man is unbelievable. You take his style, which is totally opposite of the bravado of Donald Trump, and you put a Ben Carson in the cabinet, that place just might work very well. You add Bobby Jindal, you add Scott Walker, you add Perry from Texas, you add every brain, every talent that we've got, because we have the talent, we have the brains, we have the people who have made solutions, and we can turn this country around. And we have this little problem with the media. I think we can sum it like this. The media is so much in the tank for the Democrats, and they are so far down in the water, they don't even know that sunlight exists. We are tired of Democrats and DFLers. And you know, some DFLers don't call themselves Democrats. They say, I'm a DFLer. They don't even know what the D stands for. That's true. But we're tired of them telling us what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and where to do it. We are tired of being made to feel guilty for everything that goes wrong on this planet when we have done more good to make more things right than any nation in the history of the planet. We are tired of being split into so many groups that if this continues in the next one, we aren't going to belong to anything. We are tired of policies that Democrats, state and national level, put in that favor special interest groups, that favor political connections, that force compliance with orders that do not come from the Constitution. We are tired of an organization called Democrat Anything avoiding the rule of law, which is the absolute basis of this nation. No matter who you are, where you came from, what your status was, you had to obey the same laws. Not Hillary exceptions, not Bill Clinton Foundation exceptions, none of that stuff. Applied to everyone. Americans are doers. That's who we are. We are creators. We are innovators. We are the most religious nation by choice. No place else on the planet has hundreds of Protestant views. Nobody. We are the most diverse in every way you can define that word. It's not just outward appearance. It is how people think. It is how they work. It is what they do. It is their God-given talents. We are a culture of diversity beyond belief. And we are the most generous nation that has ever existed. Remember, the next time somebody tells you tax dollars count as charity, I don't think that one's in the Bible. You know, Caesar to Caesar and, okay. So, what I hope you will take away, we can pull this off this year. But in America, we want that America that says, you learn, you work, you earn. Everyone's subject to the same rules. American ends in I can. The party, Republican, also ends in I can, you can, we can. It will happen. Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, the leader of the Hispanic Republican Assembly. Let's give a warm welcome to Rick Aguilar.
Man, that pub crawl last night, I'm still... What a party, ladies and gentlemen. What a thrill to be here. Hey, Janet, nice. Winning. You're talking about winning because that's what I want to talk about. You know what the Hispanic Assembly is about. We're about recruiting Latinos, about promoting the Republican values to our voters. And I've got some good news for you. Starting to work. We now have, for the first time in history, 2 Latino Republican House members. Eric Lucero, Albertville. He's only smart, articulate, passionate, and a great conservative. And John Kosnick. Now wait a minute, Kosnick, he's from Colombia. He was adopted. Great talent, passionate. And I tell you, we couldn't be happier. But what made us more happy and more thrilled was the presidential caucus we had in December, State Central. Who finished in first place? Cruz. Second place, Rubio. I mean, we're voting for Latinos here, ladies and gentlemen. All the work we've done, we're winning, baby. So we're there. Now here comes the important part. We were at an endorsement convention the other day, Apple Valley. Tara Mack was stepping down, and we had a 4-person race there. Good news, Alicia Jimenez Hopper will become the first Latina state rep in history of Minnesota this coming fall, because we're going to win. You know, the other day I invited Frank Drake, who, by the way, is a great candidate, Frank Drake in the 5th District. I said, let's go down to Mercado Central over on Lake in Bloomington. I want to introduce you to some Latino Republicans. Frank mentioned he'd never been there. We went down, Frank got there early. I arrived, and Frank was there already working the room, and they loved Frank Drake. All the vendors there, and I'll tell you why. Those are conservative people, ladies and gentlemen. All those business owners, 600 businesses on East Lake Street, 600 Latino-owned businesses, all those Asian businesses on University Avenue. Those are our folks. They have our value. So when we start looking about, and Janet's mentioning winning, you know, winning's not going to happen by accident. These people are not going to wake up one day and say, we're going to go vote Republican. It's not going to happen that way. It's going to happen by the way that George 43 did in 2004. He had the Viva Bush campaign. He went and spent some money. He did some research. He did some advocacy groups. He did branding. He did media buys. That's how we're going to get that vote. And we can win. And I agree with you, Janet. But here's the thing that's going to happen. I got a phone call last night after we did an interview with Mitch Berg. And Mitch asked me, are Latinos going to vote for Trump? They're concerned about his deportation plan. And I said, well, listen, Obama has deported more Latinos than any president in history. It's been mean, it's been vicious, it's been terrifying to that community, and he's still doing it. And that's what we tell Latinos. You've already been taken. You've been taken because the Democrats, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll end with this, they are the true racists. They are the ones, yes, well, you know that. They pander to these Latinos and Asians and African Americans. Oh, you poor people. Oh, you poor thing. We're going to take care of you. But I really believe this, at least for the Latino community. I don't think that's going to work, folks. We're at 30% in Minnesota. We vote conservative. We can get that to 45%. If we get it to 45, Keith, we win every year, baby. So we can do it. That's our group. Let's go after that Latino group. They're conservative. They love this country. They want to work. So we're going to work hard. We're starting to deliver some state reps. We're going to work hard with this team here, with all you wonderful people. We're going to win, and we're going to make it happen right now. Thank you.
Yeah. Woo-hoo. Ballots are here for Cruz. All right, we're still counting ballots for Rubio delegates. We do now have ballots for Cruz, I think.
Right.
Oh.
We don't have, well, we got the ballots. We're not done counting, but I want to make some comments.
Okay.
Okay, so they've asked us to distribute the ballots for Cruz while everybody's still fresh in your mind. We are not done counting yet. Balloting is going to stay open. Keep your envelopes until we have come back, because you have like 10 tellers back there that most of your BPOU chairs don't know are back there. So keep your envelopes until we come back up and announce the Rubio and the tellers come back so that they can vote. Please do not seal your envelopes. It's unnecessary and it wastes the time back there. And it would be of great help. There's going to be a big lag. It would be of great help if you would collate alternates and delegates and face them for us, because you guys are going to get far ahead of us while we are doing the balloting now. So thank you.
All right, so I believe we are ready to go ahead and distribute the Cruz national delegate ballots so that we can start. That looks kind of cool. So we can start that process. So let's go ahead and get that going right now. All right, folks, we are not going to recess because we can't recess while balloting is going on. However, we are just going to take a little break. I don't believe we have any other speakers in line. And the Trump delegates can now go ahead and get lined up back in the hallway. Trump delegates get lined up back there, obviously, once you're done voting.
I have a point of order.
Yes.
Kathy Roberts, 52A. These are secret ballots, so have them put alternates on one hand face down, have them put delegates face down. Don't have anybody collate them. Particularly, I mean, if we have to look at which is which, we're looking at people's ballots. We're not supposed to do that, so no.
You know, I think it is a secret ballot. Once it's handed in, most likely nobody's going to know who it came from, but certainly if you feel you need to put your ballot in a certain way to preserve your confidentiality, obviously you can do that. But please collate if you don't mind. It'll make this thing go a little more quickly. Little 70s rock or a little country and you'll win me over every time. Trying to behave myself a little bit here today. So let's all get in and take our seats. And I think we are about ready for the Trump delegates. Trump delegates start moving our way. And now I'll call on Carlton Crawford, Chair of the Nominations Committee, to provide the Nominations Committee report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, this is our third and last report for the delegates and alternates. nominees for National Delegate Donald J. Trump Lane are as follows, in the order that they will appear on the ballot and in the order in which they will be speaking. Julie Ann Schmidt, Richard Taylor, Jennifer Desjournay, Gadali Mirovich, Scott Aldrich, Sherry Auclair, Matt Grams, John Rouleau, Jackson Barr. Those are the national delegate candidates in the Trump lane. Here are the national alternate candidates in the Trump lane. Barb Sutter, Charlie Strickland Jr., John Rupert, Jennifer Larson, Karen Knopfler. And that concludes the report of the delegates and alternates. We may begin the speeches at this time. 2 candidates for a delegate and 2 candidates for alternate. Thank you.
All right. Before we get into the speeches, we are honored to have a member of the United States Congress here to speak on behalf of the presumed Republican nominee, Donald Trump. Congressman Kevin Cramer of the state of North Dakota is here, and we are very glad to have him join us to fill us in on what's going on with the Trump campaign. Previously, Congressman Cramer served on the North Dakota Public Service Commission. He also served a short term as chair of the North Dakota Republican Party. He'll share his vision for how a Trump candidacy will make America great again and what you can look for moving forward. Let's give a Minnesota welcome to Congressman Kevin Cramer.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Well, Minnesota nice is real, I can assure you. But I will say this, there's obviously been a mistake, and I hate to come from out of state and correct it right away. But as you know, Sherry and Julianne are the Trump-endorsed candidates for at-large delegates, and that's impossible because I heard on MSNBC that no woman would support Donald Trump. So that's got to be a mistake, doesn't it? But look, there's all kinds of them. So Julianne Schmidt and Sherry Auclair, we certainly hope that you'll prevail today. And then there's Jennifer Larson and Barb Sutter, who are also women, and they want to be alternates. And Mr. Trump wants them to be alternates, but MSNBC says it's impossible. Let's show MSNBC that women are supportive of Donald Trump as well. So that's my pitch for that. Thank you. The other thing I heard is that there are a whole bunch of Trump caps online, but not everybody has gotten online yet, so there you go. Huh? I learned how to throw from Carson Wentz, if you've ever heard of NDSU football. All right, we got to get this party going. All right. Well, thank you again so much for the invitation to come over from North Dakota. You know, most North Dakotans spend a lot of money every summer weekend in Minnesota. They own a whole bunch of lake property. They complain about the high taxes, but they keep coming, so I wouldn't worry about them too much. I want to tell you that you have some of my favorite members of Congress. Eric Paulson was my mentor when I was a freshman. One of the nicest people in Congress. One of my very best friends in Congress. John Klein, interestingly, we know he's retiring. We heard from the person who wants to replace him. John Klein has quite a distinguished, obviously, career in serving this country. But as much as I wish and he wishes we could have gotten more concessions out of the United States Senate on his education bill, perhaps the greatest gift John Klein has given to the United States is that we at least got federal coercion out of Common Core. Thank God we got federal coercion out of Common Core, and he fought hard for that. Of course, Tom Emmer's the new guy on the block. He and I are kind of buddies. He's pro-trade, pro-growth, pro-business, and now we look forward to maybe expanding the Republican delegation from Minnesota. But I have to say, little did I know when I chose to endorse Donald Trump at my state convention in Fargo last month, that I would become a surrogate, that I would travel on his behalf, talking to the media, talking to political activists, talking to voters around the country about the merits of Donald Trump. But I have to tell you, it's been a great pleasure and a great honor. But it's a special honor to be able to come here to Twins territory, Vikings territory, Timberwolves territory, because of course all of your professional sports teams are our professional sports teams in North Dakota. But since I'm on the topic, my friend Dave Osborne lives down here. He's a good conservative former running back for the Vikings. Dave's from Candu, North Dakota. My daddy's hometown, my wife's hometown, Dick Army's hometown of Candu, North Dakota. And he does my talk radio show every now and then. And I think we can all agree, can't we, that this has been a little bit of an unusual presidential preference season for us. I mean, yes, it was elongated for sure by this large, very talented group of Republican candidates. We're blessed to have had that kind of talent standing on the big stage in all of those debates, as we had so much to contrast about their various forms of and brands of conservatism. What's really interesting, though, and what a great gift it was when Senator Cruz suspended his campaign after Indiana, because he did the right thing, I believe, for his party and for his country, so that we could begin the process of unifying 2 months earlier than we thought we maybe could and would. So thank you, Senator Cruz, and to his supporters for that gift, that magnanimous gift. Now, of course, the downside of that was nobody was ready for it, right? So all of the campaigns, the party, the members of Congress, all 246 Republicans, everyone was caught a little bit off guard. And so the process, while he gave us an extra 2 months to rebuild the bridges, if you will, the process caught us, the abruptness of it caught us a little off guard. So here we are, and you've been dealing with it the last couple of days as a convention, of sort of coming along together at our various paces, hoping to all be able to get there to that united effort behind the nominee. I want to say a special thank you to you, Mr. Chairman. Having sat where you sit, and I will tell you, I was chairman of the North Dakota Party when I had a full head of hair, and I was 30 years old. And North Dakota's party at that time was in far worse shape than yours is now, I will tell you that. That should give you hope. We have all Republicans now except one United States Senator. But I want to thank you for your leadership, because I can tell you, either all of you are mad at him or all of you are pleased with him, but both mean you're doing the right job. Because it's not easy to be the person in the middle that's shepherding this big group of activists. And you guys, we're activists because we're passionate about what we believe, right? That's why we're Republicans. That's why we're giving up a Saturday, a beautiful Saturday, I might add, in Duluth, Minnesota. Perhaps missing a day of work yesterday, because something bigger than us matters. And when that's the case, we're passionate about who we support and what we believe. That's a leadership challenge. You've stepped up to that challenge. I thank you and your leadership team for doing such a great job. But of course, that passion sometimes leads to a good fight every now and then, some confrontation. But remember that the passion of the founding fathers was such that they were prepared to give up their lives for this exceptionalism that we fight for today. It's worth fighting for. Our candidates are worth fighting for. But then at the end of the day, when there's a nominee that's going to carry our banner at the front of the parade, it's best if we can all get around and support that candidate so that we can be successful, not just in regaining the White House, as critical as that is, and believe me, from my perch in Washington, D.C., it's really critical. But it's critical that all the way down the ballot that we stand united, behind our cause and behind our candidate. So I want us to leave here today with a renewed commitment to do exactly that for Donald Trump. You know what's sort of interesting, though? Even though we had this elongated primary season, and Mr. Trump sort of one by one dismissed 16 really talented people, some great governors, some outstanding senators, a wonderful neurosurgeon, another CEO. It's the other side who's having the Civil War. Isn't that something? One-on-one, and they're still having the Civil War. And everyone talks about the challenges in our party. I'd sure as heck rather be us than them. But folks, this really is a grand opportunity for the grand old party, because as we unite, at whatever pace we're uniting, and we are uniting, we are building, we see Donald Trump gaining momentum, leading Hillary Clinton nationwide in the last 2 polls. I always say I'd rather have momentum and the ball than to have the lead toward the end of the game. Well, we're nowhere near the end of the game. We've got both the ball and the lead. And it's better to be where we are, because Hillary Clinton's political capital continues to slide. It continues to slide. And yes, it's true. It's true that there are these 20 investigative reporters at the Washington Post trying to dig up some news surprise about Donald Trump, as though any of us could be shocked. That's the beauty of transparency, see. That's the beauty of transparency. We've already baked it all in. We know what we're getting. We're getting a guy that speaks his mind. When he sees something that's stupid, he calls it stupid, right? And so so while the Washington Post puts 20 of their best on the investigation, let's not forget there are 150 FBI agents doing a real investigation on Hillary Clinton. So whatever your passion is, whichever candidate you were for, let's turn that passion to supporting Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton and the Clinton machinery. Remember, as we think about the differences, as we think about what's at stake, let's not forget that unlike Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump has released a list of potential Supreme Court nominees, a really good list. And the next president's going to appoint 2, 3, maybe 4 Supreme Court justices. There's never been a more important time for us to have a conservative in the White House than now. So if nothing else, that ought to drive our passion for Donald Trump. But if that's not enough, remember that unlike Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump is a jobs creator. A jobs creator who signs the front end of a paycheck. Remember, he puts America first. Whether it's in trade, whether it's in national security, whether it's in immigration, he puts America first. We need somebody who puts America first. You know, I come from a mining community as well. My daddy was an IBEW union steward, was a lineman for the Rural Electric Cooperative. His job depended on miners doing their job, generating low-cost electricity for the country. You know, I happen to know a thing or two about your utilities here in Minnesota. In fact, I know them really well. I was a regulator for nearly 10 years in North Dakota. The biggest utilities in Minnesota generate their electricity in North Dakota. And I have to tell you, I actually chuckled out loud when Hillary Clinton proudly announced that she's going to put coal miners out of business. Yeah, I know, it's hard to believe. When Donald Trump, and I'm frankly not prone to profanity, but I did have to chuckle when he told the coal miners of West Virginia, get ready to put your asses back to work. You know, that's what we need, somebody to put people back to work. Not who's going to announce that they're going to kill their job. But let's not forget, to her credit, Hillary said she's going to fix that little problem of putting miners out of work. Remember? She's going to put Mr. Clinton on the job of rebuilding the economy, because he knows a thing or two about that. So I just want you to imagine for a moment. I want you to imagine Bill Clinton coming to a mine. Maybe it's one of your mines up here. Maybe it's an iron ore mine. Maybe it's a coal mine. But maybe it's a gold mine. Can you imagine him? He comes into the break room and he says, men and women, I have some bad news. We're going to put you out of a job. But don't worry, I'm going to start another tech bubble and we'll get you a new one down in California. It's absurd, isn't it? I mean, we've had 7 years. Think of this. We've had 7.5 years of progressive presidency. We are now in the 8th year, 7th year of what's supposed to be called an economic recovery. And guess what we have? 0.5% GDP growth annually. That is not a recovery. And they like to point to the low unemployment rate to prove that they really are job creators. Folks, we are currently suffering through the lowest workforce participation rate since I was a sophomore in high school. That wasn't recently. That was about 40 years ago. So unlike Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump has promised to rein in the federal government, to rein in the regulatory regime, the job-killing regulations from the EPA and the Department of Energy and the Department of the Interior and the Department of Education and the Department of Agriculture and all of those federal departments. The Department of Labor, there's a real big job killer. So unlike her, he's promised to rein in the federal bureaucracy. I have to regress just a minute though, because Chris and I, my wife and I, have 4 adult children and 3 grandchildren, another one on the way, and that's the greatest blessing of life. But we also have a 3rd grade son, little Abel. We adopted Abel a few years ago. He's now just finishing up his 2nd year of Common Core math. So when I speak of Common Core math, I speak from experience. We've spent hours helping Abel with basic math. Well, it used to be basic math when I took it. Now they've taken simple addition and turned it into some peculiar formula and weirds these kids out. And then, by the way, they complicated simple math to the point where it doesn't even matter anymore if you get the answer right, as long as you use the right formula. Now, could you imagine, if there are any engineers in the room, could you imagine saying to the owner of a building you just finished, I know it tilts a few degrees to the north, but at least I used the right formula to get the wrong answer. That's Common Core. But here's the biggest problem and the biggest sin in collectivism, which Common Core is the product of collectivism. Somebody thought that Washington's mediocrity should be imposed on Minnesota's excellence. The problem with it, of course, is that it stifles creativity. See, making something that's simple complicated doesn't really turn a kid on to innovation. Instead, it frustrates their desire to learn. And that, my friends, is a sin. Well, yeah, it's okay. The bottom line, among all the other flaws of Hillary Clinton's, the bottom line is we can't have 4 more years of a progressive president. I know that everyone in this room is united behind that commitment. We cannot have 4 more years of a progressive president. So I want to plead with you, without going into, like I said, all the other things Pete did. By the way, I listened to Pete's speech earlier. Wow, he did a great job of explaining why that would be a bad idea. I want to plead with you, if I might, as a neighbor, as somebody who loves this state, I want to plead with you for the sake of our nation and for the sake of our grand old party and all of our candidates down the ballot, to commit yourselves today to leave this place fully committed to helping our nominee Donald Trump become the next president of the United States. It's only through unity that we will be successful. And I know we're getting there. I know we are. And I know people have to go at a different pace. I understand that and I appreciate that. But every day that we spend not united is a day lost when we could be gaining even greater on Hillary Clinton, because she is clearly on the downslide. She's going to be their nominee because that's how their party works. Unlike our party, which actually celebrates the kind of raucousness that we're experiencing today, fighting for what we believe in. Their party is a top-down party. So she's going to be their nominee. But for the sake of the country, we need to be united. Winston Churchill once said, when there is no enemy from within, the enemies on the outside won't hurt you. We're not enemies. We're just a really big tent with a little disagreement every now and then. But when we walk out these doors, we need to be 100% united. We need to put on a united face. We need to put on a united language. We need to get our hearts and our souls behind it. And we need to walk out this door doing all we can for Donald Trump. And the next thing you get to do for Donald Trump is, once again, elect the 4 women that have been endorsed by the Trump campaign and send a message not only to Hillary Clinton but to MSNBC. Thanks for your attention today. Thanks for doing what you're doing. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
So you can head right up here and let's get rolling with those while we wait for some ballots to come back. Trump delegates, come on up.
Hi, my name's Julianne Schmidt, and I'm asking for you to vote for me for the national delegate. I apologize to the front row if you can't see me. I left my step stool at home. There you go. I decided to run for national delegate because I think it's a very pivotal year, and I think I have something to contribute. I've been involved in politics for over 16 years, but you may not know me, because if I do my job right, you might not meet me. I've served in public office, volunteered, and been involved at the state and national level for years. Among other things, I've been supporting the state party with the state convention since 2009. In my younger days, I was an active young Republican. I served on the board, and in 2011, I was named the YR Volunteer of the Year. I would describe myself as a Reagan Republican and someone who supports the cause and the candidates with my time and my money. I think I can be an asset to the state party and to our delegation due to my deep national network and connections. I am dedicated to supporting our state candidates. I'm one of the 4 endorsed Trump candidates. I do plan to support the national endorsed candidate, and I hope you'll vote for me to represent you. Thank you very much. I'm Julianne Schmidt.
Oh my goodness. My Polish teleprompter. My name is Richard Taylor, and I've been doing this stuff since 1976. Steelworker, vice president of our union, retired from MnDOT as a bridge inspector. Seen a lot of interesting stuff. Everybody familiar with Kate's Law? Still not passed yet. I had the privilege of talking with President Bush #2. I said, Mr. President, my biological father came from Poland after the First World War. Did everything legally to become an American citizen. Died when I was quite young. My stepfather, I says, don't let the name Taylor fool you. But I says, if you give amnesty to all of these people, what are you telling the rest of the world? Get here however you can. He says, Dick, my glass is always half full. But nationally and internationally, I have to deal with people that are still looking for the glass. I thought that was quite prolific. One last real quick point. I want Donald Trump to build that wall because I want the president of Mexico to be standing there and saying, President Trump, tear down that wall. Take care. Thank you for being here.
My name is Jennifer DeJornet. I'm a wife, a mom for a Republican volunteer for the last 16 plus years. I started working to elect a conservative presidential candidate nearly a year ago. As the state director supporting Carly Fiorina's bid for the White House, I had great conversations with my fellow Minnesotans all across the state, and thank you for that. After Carly dropped, I supported the Cruz-Carly team, continuing our conversations about our values. But now is the time to unite and support our presumptive nominee, Donald Trump. So let me be clear. I will support our nominee, Mr. Trump. But let us never forget our conservative Republican values matter to the future well-being of our nation. By uniting, we take part in the conversation to defend our principles. With Hillary, we are locked out for good. Let's stand together, protect our Constitution, defend our Republican conservative values, and elect Republicans in Minnesota and retake the White House. My name is Jennifer DeJornett, and I ask for your vote today to represent you to the National Convention. Onwards to November. Thank you. God bless America.
Hi, my name is Gidali Mirovich, and I'm the first generation immigrant from former Soviet Union. And I did not leave the USSR to become a citizen of USSA, United Socialist State of America. I refuse socialism. I know socialism from inside out. It does not work. If you want to know more about it, see me after my presentation. And most of 70,000 Russian-speaking people in Minnesota think and feeling along with Republican Party platform. But they are not active political in voting. They need a little bit push to be more active before November election. With over 30 years working and volunteering, I become a leader of community. And as a delegate, I will push and bring message back to community. I volunteered in 2008 in St. Paul for National Republican Convention. Now it's time to be a delegate. Please vote for me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Scott Aldrich. I'm from Plymouth, Minnesota, SD 46. I have a beautiful wife, 3 kids. They're 5, 4, and 2. I was raised in a conservative family with conservative values. If you Google my last name and the word Republican, you'll see my family has a history of prominent Republicans in the U.S. Senate, Congress, and even Vice President Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller. I work for Mortensen Construction. It's the company that's building the Viking Stadium, and I also run a real estate investment company with a handful of employees. I've liked Donald Trump since I was in the 4th grade. My son even knows that, so when he sees Donald Trump on TV, he runs in my office and says, "Dad, Donald Trump's on TV." I grab him, run into the living room, and we watch what Trump has to say. I do think that he is, well, I'm going to cut to the end here. So my name is Scott Aldrich. I really want to get involved in the process, and I want to be an RNC delegate, so I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Well, hi, everyone. I got to tell you this. There's no place that I would rather be is than standing up here running as a Trump delegate in the Trump lane. Let's go, Mr. Trump. We as Minnesotans must unite together behind our presumptive nominee and declare our support at the National Convention with Minnesota pride and Minnesota conviction. Now, I do know that for some of you, this is a big ask, and it may be a heavy lift. But I would like you to look at the alternative, and that is President Clinton. Her liberal Supreme Court appointees, higher taxes, more regulations, decreased military spending, and lack of world respect. That is not the America that I envision. Now, I've been extremely involved in the campaign, appearing on TPT Almanac, supporting Mr. Trump. Star Tribune was interviewed a couple times supporting Mr. Trump. I've reached out to the different delegates in Minnesota here, calling for unity, and I am happy with what I am hearing, because we all win when we all work together. Vote for Sherry. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Grams. I'm first time to this convention. I'm very honored to be here. From Nicollet County. I am a husband and a father of one, constitutional conservative. I'm very worried about our future, the radical foreign interventionist policies. We need to support our troops, first and foremost. We need to declare wars when there is wars to be had. We need to take care of our veterans when they come back here. We're giving more money to illegal immigrants, funding them when they come over here rather than funding our troops, and that's very important to me. I'm sick of the PC culture. I'm sick of people getting fired for saying political views that are conservative, possibly ESPN, someone who's fired there. I'm sick of the erosion of our Second Amendment rights. Let us stand and unite to finally defeat Obamacare. It's been a failed policy. Let's defeat the Clinton crime syndicate. Let's go Trump for president, Hillary for prison 2016, and let the sleeping majority awaken and take back our country. Matt Grams for Trump delegate slot. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is John Rouleau, and in my day job, I serve as the executive director of the Minnesota Jobs Coalition. I'm so proud to be here today and be endorsed by so many conservative leaders in our party, including Senator Dave Thompson, Speaker Kurt Doudt, and Representative Matt Dean. For the past 5 years, I've had the privilege to work alongside so many of you to work to defeat Democrats and their failed ideas. Hillary Clinton is the living embodiment of everything that people hate about politics. Calculated, deceptive, dishonest, plagued by scandals from defending an accused child rapist and laughing about his lenient sentence to Whitewater, Travelgate, Chinagate, Filegate, politically attacking sexual harassment victims, under FBI investigation, the Clinton Foundation, Benghazi. With a record like this, she will be down-ballot Democrats' burden to bear. I look forward to continuing to work to elect Republicans at all levels and would greatly appreciate your support. Again, my name is John Rouleau, and I would greatly appreciate your support. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jackson Barr, and I'm an 18-year-old from Cannon Falls, Minnesota. And I just wanted to start off by telling you guys a story about what happened to me after leaving the convention yesterday. I was walking back to my hotel, and I saw a car drive around the corner, and a man rolled down the window. I can only assume that he was a Democrat. But he rolls down the window and he feels the need to say to me, "Wow, I didn't know pieces of shit could walk." Yeah, I know. That pissed me off a little bit. So I went back to my hotel and I thought about why would he feel the need to say something like that? And I can tell you why. It's because the Democrats are scared. They're scared we're going to take over the Congress again, and they're scared that we're going to reclaim the White House. But in order to do that, we need to unite and stand as one behind a single candidate, and I'm willing to do that for Donald Trump if it means beating Hillary Clinton. My name's Jackson Barr, and I look forward to reuniting the Republican Party as the youngest elected national delegate to come out of Minnesota. Thank you.
That concludes the presentations of delegates, and now we will bring on the Trump alternates.
I'm Barb Sutter, and like you, I am passionate about politics. I've run as a Republican candidate. I'm now eager to step up and be our party's secretary and to use that office to strengthen and grow our party. Today, I'm asking for your vote to be an alternate in support of Donald Trump. And yes, Randy, I'm wearing a hat. Donald Trump has proven appeal across a broad spectrum of grassroots Republicans, winning votes throughout our country. He has reinvigorated Ronald Reagan's Big Tent. Rather than try and stop him, we need to embrace his populist appeal. We need to work with him to better articulate our conservative principles. As an alternate and a member of the Trump-endorsed team, I will promote unity within our party in Cleveland. And afterwards, I will put my heart and soul into our legislative races here and into the election of our Republican nominee. For the sake of our country, there should be no other choice for us but to unite and win in November. Barb Sutter for alternate. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm a retired Marine. Hoorah! And also, I come here to Minnesota in 2007. The great people of Minnesota elected me to city council when the Republican Party asked us to run for local elections. The great people of Minnesota in this party elected me in 2008 as an alternate delegate. I am very conservative. I'm a retired Marine. I'm a retired police officer captain. I'm nobody's victim. But April the 5th, I went before my district and they said I was not qualified. And I said to myself, what are these bozos talking about? I'm really qualified. I was a 2012 delegate voted by that district. I want you to vote for Charlie Strickland Jr., okay? We will win this war against the DFL and the entire Democratic organization. But we should not be biased sexually or racially, okay? We got a lot of people that came up here and he said that the last speaker about Trump, vote for those 4 women. Did he forget about us?
I'm one of those 4 women, so my name is Jennifer Larson, and I'm running for national alternate endorsed by the Trump campaign. I was a very strong Rand Paul supporter, but I always maintained that I would support the nominee. Why? Because as an entrepreneur, I'm scared that the American dream is slipping away. As a mom of a severely disabled child, I am frightened for my parental rights and his future. As a business owner, I'm sick of the government's consistent intervention and roadblocks to growth. I believe in smaller government, less taxes, free markets, the Constitution, the right to bear arms, and the right to life. I'm seriously worried that could all go away. Our great nation is at risk of becoming a socialist country with no values. Sorry. I'm proud to be a Minnesotan. I love our party. I'd like to go to Cleveland and represent us. Hashtag Hillary for prison and hashtag America First. Thank you. Vote for Jennifer.
Hi, I'm Karen Knopfler. I'm last, but not least. I'm here because of my love for God and country. It's been hard to watch what's been happening to our great nation, how they've been trying to take God out of everything. It's God that made America great, and we need more of God's wisdom and less of man's. This election is a turning point for America. It's time for us to stand firm in what we believe, to speak truth, and not compromise. And if not us, who? Who will stand for the values that our forefathers fought and died for? So let us humble ourselves, seek God, and He will heal our land. Stand with me, Karen Knopfler.
I am told we are still holding on to the Cruz ballots pending the completion of the count of the Rubio ballots, and then we'll go to the Trump ballots. Would anyone like to try to repeat that back to me? And so I think what I'm going to do at the discretion of the chair is we're going to go ahead and move on. Is there a Cruz video? Is that still in the mix? There. Okay, there's no Cruz video. So here's the status. We're waiting on the results of the Rubio count. They can then start the Cruz delegate count, and then, of course, we'll be able to ballot on the Trump delegates. In the meantime, let's try to keep things moving as best we can. So let's get on to the platform issues. And yeah, it's exciting stuff. Sounds like I might need the skull and bones tie. So I'm going to ask Jerry Ewing, who is the platform committee designee. Wow, I've never been a designee. I wonder if that's a bigger deal than being a chair. Maybe next year, huh, Keith? Jerry Ewing, the platform committee designee, who will present the platform report. I see him.
Good to see you. Take it. Good afternoon. As you have heard, Mark Swanson is not able to present this report today because of family commitments, and I have to commend that. The report you have before you is actually the combination of the work of two committees. The Platform Rewrite Committee, established at the 2014 State Convention, and the 2016 Convention Platform Committee. Mark was the chair of both committees, and his absence gives me the opportunity to thank him and applaud him for his patient and positive leadership and for his great ability to herd cats. I also want to applaud and thank all the members of both committees who dedicated their time, energy, and insights into the work. This report says a lot about how it came to be, and I certainly hope your understanding is increased by reading that. But what I want to address are the questions that the committees continually wrestled with, which are the why questions. The most obvious one you may have right now is why this report is so long. It is so because it did not seem appropriate for a small committee to arbitrarily discard from the platform planks that thousands of past delegates and several past conventions have voted to put into it. Therefore, this report is the complete rewritten platform with the 2016 resolutions added, and the only deletions are those noted on the third page of the report, which you will be asked to approve. Call it Section 0, if you would like, of the platform, along with some 2,000 words that were considered unnecessary to fully express our Republican values. I assure you that once the grid lines and comments are removed, this platform will appear much shorter and be much easier to read. Now, you could ask why the platform got so long to begin with, but any of you that have ever served on a resolutions or platform committee know why that is. You are given a long list, perhaps hundreds of resolutions, and you have 2 or 3 weeks to consolidate them, put them into platform compatible language, and slide them into what you believe is the correct section of the platform. There's never time to go through and do the necessary cleanup, delete the obsolete planks, combine planks that appeared in more than one section of the platform, and there were many of those, and mark for sunset those items that may be of lesser interest at some point in time. It is that marking of items for sunset, approved several conventions ago, that will make it far easier for future conventions to properly maintain this platform and keep it from continually growing year after year. In short, the Platform Rewrite Committee was able to take the time needed to do the tasks that the convention committee would normally do if they had the time. The most difficult questions for the rewrite committee were the two most outstanding and long-standing complaints about the platform and platform process. The first was that the length and complexity of the platform meant that most people didn't read it or know what was in it. And the second problem was that while we wanted to hold our legislators and elected officials accountable to the platform, they didn't read it or understand it either. So while we rightly complained that our legislators and elected officials didn't stand up for our issues, and we owed it to them to take a stand ourselves by writing those into a standing platform, the connection between the grassroots and the legislators was broken. The only way for someone at the grassroots to get their issue noticed was to get it into the state platform and then hope that the legislators somehow went into the platform and sorted out what the hot button issues of the day were. Our solution is to keep the current platform and platform process, but add to it a new document called the Action Agenda, and you should have picked up one of those. It has the following advantages. First of all, it's essentially free. Every resolutions committee begins by summarizing every incoming resolution into just a few words of platform-compatible language, deciding where in the platform it belongs and whether it is already in the platform or not, and which party units, precincts, BPOUs, or CDs passed it. All we do to get the action agenda is to simply write those things down. Then the resolutions committee report is quickly created from that base document. The action agenda can be prioritized according to the number of party units passing similar resolutions as this one is, and it can be handed out in addition to the resolutions committee report to show the delegates that every resolution was heard and considered. After the convention, the action agenda gets sent directly and immediately to the endorsed candidates and legislators of that district. Connection is restored. Also, it captures every concern of the grassroots, whether it's in the platform or not, and a surprising number of them are, and would normally be lost in the platform resolutions process. It provides a natural priority for those concerns based on the number of party units mentioning the issue. It can be created easily at every party level and communicated directly to those candidates endorsed by that party level. Lets everybody have their say without regard for whether something is in the platform or not. They don't have to know. Finally, looking at this, I'm surprised at how short the list actually is compared to the platform, how naturally the priorities sorted themselves out, how quickly it was put together, just a few hours, and again, it was work the committee had to do anyway, and finally, how easy it will be for our legislators to connect directly to the grassroots through this document. It gets rewritten every 2 years, captures the hot button issues, and puts them directly in front of our legislatures. Now, as for the report, I have just one helpful hint. You will notice that the new resolutions in the committee recommendation column, the recommendation is left justified within that column. So if you're okay with everything except the new resolutions, you can quickly pick those out. Mr. Chairman, I move acceptance of the platform committee report subject to the rules of the convention. Section 0 is first.
All right, thank you. You're going to stick around, Jerry, in case we need you, I trust? All right, he'll be around. I would be happy to explain to you how this is going to work, except I have no clue. I got a little bit of a clue. That's why he's here. All right, here's the way this works, and it's somewhat complicated. We are going to allow people, when we go through each section, to determine which resolution should be pulled from the platform. So you get an opportunity to suggest that a particular section is pulled. Now, there are very specific rules as to how we do that, and it's pulled for the purposes of debating at the end. The very specific rules how we do that. You come up and you say, I would like this to be removed. You then have to get a second, like usual, and you then have 30 seconds only, to explain why you believe it should be pulled, and then there's no debate beyond that. And then once that 30 seconds has elapsed, I will ask for a vote, and in order for the provision to be pulled, and therefore not considered when we debate the entire platform, takes only 15%. 15%. So I'm going to have to take my finely trained ear and try to figure out, if there's 1,200 people in here, let's see, 15% would be 180. So I'm going to have to listen. No, that was 179. Oh, he wants a show of hands. Maybe that'll work. We'll try that. Okay, so seriously, this is what we do. We go through section by section and get this stuff pulled out. Once we've gone through all of that, we are then presumably going to be left with a platform to debate. And we will then go into a debate on the platform, and we then go ahead and vote on it. But before we confuse ourselves with that, pass everything that's not been pulled, basically. And right, pass everything that has not been pulled, which requires a 60% vote. Right. So if all of you understood that, you obviously didn't stay out as late as I did last night, and we are ready to go. So what I'm going to have is I'm going to have Jerry talk about each section individually and then entertain motions to pull that part from the platform. And remember, motion, second, 30 seconds, nobody else gets to talk, 15%.
Mr. Chairman, point of interest.
Yes.
Yes, point of clarification, Chuck Bradford, CD1, Dodge County. I was just wondering if the chairman, first of all, thank you to the committee for taking the conservative approach and electing not to engage in the process that was originally proposed at last convention. Thank you, and also thank you for your hard work. I was wondering if you could, however, speak to the concern that I've heard from several different delegates about whether something that is currently in the standing platform has been pulled but not been put on the deletion list. So are there any changes being made to the standing platform that has not been presented to the body?
In other words, is there something that has been taken out but you may not know it because it doesn't say that?
Correct. Could you speak to that?
We did, to the best of our ability, every idea that was in the standing platform, except for those things which are clearly marked for deletion, are still there. What was removed was the excess words used to describe them.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Yes.
Kathy Roberts, House District 52A, a member of the State Platform Committee, the Platform Task Force Committee, and the co-chair of the Platform Committee for CD2. I would like to move, based on the amount of work that has already been done and the process that this has already gone through at several levels, that the platform itself be moved forward with the recommendations that are on there in its entirety.
I'm going to ask Mr. Vecchio.
Sorry, I have to. Rick says I have to suspend the.
That's what was going to be my question. Yes.
Thanks, honey. I'm tired. It's late.
All right, the motion is in order, so if I understand correctly, Kathy, your motion is that we would suspend the rules, so then a motion could be entertained to accept the platform in total as recommended by the committee, rather than go through this exercise that even the chairman doesn't understand. I don't get a vote, do I? So do we understand the motion? Again, motion to suspend the rules, 2/3 majority. Is that correct? All right. Did I correctly state your motion?
You did, Dave.
Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries and the rules are suspended. I now need a motion to do what you would like to do.
I move the platform in its entirety, including the changes. No, the deal that goes to the legislature. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I can't think anymore. That the action agenda be passed forward in its entirety, in the format it is now. This has gone through BPOUs, this has gone through congressional districts, it's gone through the platform task force, it's gone through the platform committee, which is made up of members from all of our congressional districts. And I think that we have provided an outstanding product to pass forward. And I would like to move its adoption in its entirety.
All right, so the motion is to pass and move the platform that is presented to the body in its entirety as written. This does not require a supermajority. It requires simply a majority. Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. The report is adopted.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
Are we allowed to have discussion on that?
Please identify yourself.
Lindy Odegaard, Beltrami County.
Discussion on what?
On whether we're accepting all of the platform.
There would be no point for discussion because we just did.
I know, but shouldn't there have been a discussion before there was a vote? Could you reconsider the motion so that we can discuss why we feel it's important to discuss it?
It was a fairly overwhelming vote. I didn't see a particular need to discuss it. I think everybody understood what we were doing. Go ahead, sir.
A point of inquiry, Mr. Chair. Bruce Cascobar, CD1, Homestead County. Could the rule be pointed out that prevents us from continuing voting on our national delegates? Because I don't see a rule that prevents us from continuing.
No, actually, there's no rule. It's a logistical matter. The tellers are still counting votes on the, no?
I understand, Mr. Chair.
They got the crews going? Okay.
But each election is independent of every other. What's the difference if we ballot or not?
Are we ready to ballot? They're preparing the ballots, and they're not ready yet, and as soon as they're ready, we'll go ahead. 1 second.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Get that out of your way. Fire away.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Are you asking for division?
No.
I am asking for that we debate what you just ruled upon.
Okay, hold on. I will make a decision on that, but let's allow Rob to make the report here so we can keep the convention flowing, and then I will get back to respond to your question.
Okay, so we've got the results from the Rubio delegates and alternates. I'll go through the delegates first. I'm going to start at the top. It's easier. Your first delegate is David Fitzsimmons, 704 votes. Number 2, Matt Pagano, 686. Number 3, Pat Anderson, 653. All right. That was David Fitzsimmons, 704. Matt Pagano, 686. Pat Anderson, 653. Doug Seaton, 586. And your 5th delegate is Jennifer Carnahan, 535. Do you want me to read the rest of the numbers, or do you want to just come to the teller station if you're interested? Okay.
Good, thank you. All right, so Rubio alternates. Number 1, Vladimir Lifson, 1,298. Number 2, Rebecca Brandon, 960. Number 3, Allie Eichmann, 749. Number 4, Kathleen Falke, I hope I pronounced that right, 726. And number 5, Jason Cole, 644. And when we are back there later today, you can get the rest of the numbers if you want. Yep, so all the tellers that were back there helping us should be out. They should have been able to get their ballots. Get everything over to the teller's station as soon as we can. We'll get those boxes back. I'll get the Trump ballots out here as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right. To address your question, your point is well taken. We can reopen debate. I can tell you that here was the judgment of the chair. You don't have to like it. This was my perception. My perception was everybody knows that the motion to suspend the rules was kind of an indicator of the sense of the body. We wouldn't have gotten the overwhelming vote to suspend the rules so that we could entertain Ms. Roberts' second motion. The vote then was fairly compelling. And so from my perspective, it was a fairly clear situation, but you are technically right. And you have the right to make the motion to essentially reopen debate on the platform issue, and you feel free to do that now.
Yes, I would make that motion, Mr. Chair.
A second? All right, so here's what we're voting on. I have made a ruling that the platform report in its entirety and in totality has been accepted. We are now voting on whether we want to reopen and debate that issue. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes? Yes?
If I make a motion, do we debate the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so we are now not going to vote. But
I think people understand what you want to do. I really do. But go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just am thinking that people have not had time, although Ms. Roberts is right. I'm sure they've spent a lot of time. But even Section 10, they want to close Guantanamo Bay. I mean, have people looked at this? Have you had time to look at this? I mean, I think that's why I was hoping that we would go through it section by section. There may be big surprises in here that you have no idea that you're voting on, but you're taking the word of the chair, which is okay, but that may not be how you feel.
Let's be clear, they're not taking the word of the chair. I have cast no vote on this, and
I'm at the chair of the platform.
Oh, I got it. Okay, yes. All right, very good. Any further discussion on this issue?
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. Paul Steichen, SD 13. In regard to the report, there are several lines that look to have two options. For example, in Section 2, regarding defunding Planned Parenthood, there are two separate lines with almost identical wording, and it appears that the body needs to choose which line, because both lines have a yes recommendation.
All right, we're really not at a stage of debating the platform.
I'm just asking for clarification from as to how will it be decided between the two lines?
My point is that if the folks decide that needs to be debated, we can do that. Right now, the only issue that we're discussing is, do we want to reopen debate?
Point of order, Sarah Carlson, 52A. This is the second time that she has done this to our district, 52A, that she has just pushed through, and we have not actually been able to debate the platforms. So if this gets pushed through, this is the second time that I have not gotten to talk about the platforms.
Well, let's be clear. She can't push it through. It was a vote of the body. You may disagree with what the vote was.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification. Point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Kelly Gunderson,
Senate District 38. Our current motion before us is for reconsideration. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that a debatable motion?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
All right. I think we're ready to vote. So the question before the body is, do we want to reconsider and reopen debate?
Mr. Chairman?
On...
Speaking to the motion, I want to implore my fellow delegates that we do our due diligence. You were elected to be delegates and alternates to this convention. Due diligence demands that we go through this thing carefully. It's our responsibility. Let's not shirk that responsibility by just blanket accepting the entire committee report as is. We need to go through it and do our jobs.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
We're ready to vote.
Point of clarification?
We're ready to vote. We're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The chair concludes that the motion does not pass. It will not be reopened.
Point of clarification, on the motion we just earlier by your judgment passed, the points on the platform that are marked with N that were not recommended by the platform committee, I want to clarify that those have not been now in the judgment of this body passed or not.
Where's Jerry? Where's Jerry? You don't get to leave till this is over, brother. I don't have a flak jacket up here.
Mr. Chair.
A no recommendation means that this is a new resolution and will not be added to the state platform.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Dwight McCullough, CD 6. I would like to remind the body that we can vote again on this in 2 years. That's all I have.
All right. All right, we are going to take a brief break. We have a video. We do have a video from Senator Ted Cruz that we, I believe, are ready to present. Let's go ahead and run that.
So if you ever lost a football game or a card game or something in life, there's like this regret. Right? We live with regrets all through our lives. But in the event that you lose, then we're going to have a moment like this. And we're going to have this time that we're going to reflect on for the vastness of our life. And we're going to have this short window of time. Did I get through this without regrets? So in this campaign, to a person, I feel like this is nearly a regret-free campaign. We literally did every single thing we could do. Ted Cruz didn't lose. Our campaign for president lost. We had the grace of coming into an office or getting on a bus or being in a hotel room on the road and coming in and working for one of the greatest causes of our time. That is a gift and an honor. And I believe we, regret-free, lived up to that honor. It was about a greater mission of conservatism. It was for a greater mission of what our country could be with him as president. But when you actually boil it down, we did it for each other. So that is what I want you all to be the most solemnly proud of, is the hard work and the energy that goes into working as a team for something greater than yourself, for each other.
The men and women who have been assembled here,
is the finest team in politics I've ever seen, I suspect has ever come together. Everyone here has poured your hearts into this journey. You have poured your passions. People have given sacrificially to this. The promise we made to you at the beginning 13 months ago, I said, listen, I don't know if we'll win or lose. I think we'll win. But I can promise you nobody's going to outwork us. And at the end of the day, you will look in the mirror and be proud of having been part of this team. What we accomplished is frankly insane. Nobody thought we had a prayer of doing this. But what we did collectively here is we sparked a fire and started a movement. And that's powerful, and it doesn't go away with one election result. Ronald Reagan in 1976 came up short. I suspect at that convention there were more than a few tears shed. It's going to be our task to go forward and continue fighting for that. It has been the greatest honor of my life to be in this foxhole 20, 30, 40 years from now. The people in this room, the people across this country will say I was part of this. Am I sad? Yes. But I also know that collectively we did everything we could. We left everything on the field.
All right, very good. If you want to hold tight here, right now I am simply waiting to hear from Chairman Downey or someone else as to the status of balloting and if we can get ballots distributed to vote on the Trump delegates. So we have basically two matters of business left, and that is finishing up the election of delegates to the National Convention, and then secondly, we've got to do electors. Unfortunately, we again cannot start that process until we have access to those ballots. All right, sorry about that. I think I interrupted Johnny Cash there, didn't I? That ain't good. Yeah, well, black tie. All right, we're going to have Carlton Crawford come on up here and explain the elector process so that once we are ready to vote, you have some idea of what you're doing, which would be nice since apparently I don't. So here you are.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All right, there are two separate processes that are going to be happening here, effectively concurrently. One of those processes involves the congressional district chairs. And at this point, what we need to do is get from you who the congressional districts selected as their elector. Each congressional district picks one elector nominee designee. The job of this convention with respect to that is to ratify those choices. And so what I need the congressional district chairs to do, or somebody that they assign to do, is report to our new secretary, Barb Sutter, who that is. We will then collect the names and put those names before the body. If there is any congressional district that did not select an elector nominee, the constitutional process is that you need to take care of that here, gather your delegates together separately, and take that vote as soon as possible. You're free to do it as you want, but once you complete that, you once again need to report that designee to the state party, to Barb Sutter, the secretary. So if you could do that now, that'd be greatly appreciated. The other process, which will be coming up as soon as we are able to do so, is the selection of the 2 at-large presidential electors, 1 for each senator for Minnesota. And at the moment, there are 3 candidates for 2 spots. The requirements of the rules are that that vote be by majority. So in the end, theoretically, it might be done in 1 ballot, but in the end, it could take 2. But once again, there are only 3 candidates, so my general expectation is we will be able to get that done in 1 ballot. And that will be a secret ballot as well. So that process is coming forward. If there are any questions, I'll take them now. Seeing no one at the microphone, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Very good. All right. I think we're in a little bit of a waiting game here.
What are we doing now? We're distributing the Trump ballots now. Yay! So we're going to make one slight change over what I requested last time. To take care of the tellers that are back in the teller room, after you've returned your envelopes to your CD chair and the CD chair returned the envelopes back over here, we're going to leave them over here. We're just going to have the tellers, if it's okay with you, just pull their own ballots out of the envelopes and vote. Is that okay? Yeah. All right, good. Then that's what we're going to do. Thanks.
I wanted to advise people of one thing that may be a little bit confusing. There is a gentleman that is listed as a Trump delegate candidate by the name of alternate, pardon me, John Rupert. He was not here today and did not send a surrogate, but there is no requirement that someone speak, so that if you choose to vote for Mr. Rupert, that is a legitimate vote. I just want to make sure people were clear on that. Yes.
Stage right. Point of information. Could the party chairman or yourself explain how we went through the voting via the SEC yesterday, and if that could be a potential for future conventions, and what the additional cost could possibly be for this convention? Thank you.
Just a minute. I'm not sure I understand the question, but
during yesterday's voting, we were able to use electronic voting, and what the additional cost would be for future conventions if we chose to use that sort of electronic voting, and then maybe get a will of the body.
I'm told that the person who would likely have that information is counting ballots. I have some of it. Okay.
We're balloting this, so we couldn't do a motion. I'm glad to provide the information.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just to be clear, since we are balloting and under a current activity, you couldn't make your motion.
There's no motion, just general question.
Yeah, so the question is about the electronic balloting, and obviously when you're doing paper ballots, even though they're back there scanning, it takes time, and they have to validate and all those kinds of things, correct errors and all that. So balloting just takes a long time, and yesterday folks who were here for State Central saw that when we used the electronic keypads, that we were able to conduct our votes instantaneously, literally in a matter of minutes. The budgetary constraint of doing electronic devices is that to rent them for a day, they cost $3 each. So for our State Central Committee meeting of 300 plus delegates, it was a little over $1,000. We thought that was a very worthwhile investment in a pilot, so we did it for State Central to confirm that people liked it, were comfortable with it, and would trust the results. Going forward, if you have a convention with 2,200 seated delegates, multiply that times 3 plus other little overhead charges, you could see it costing $7 $10,000. To purchase all of that equipment for a state party is about $25,000 or $30,000. So those are fairly significant investments. We are well advised that the savings of people's time and hotel fees and everything else, especially on a convention with multiple ballots across multiple races, could be really highly beneficial. So point well taken. We will for sure be looking at the economics and the feasibility. The electronic clickers get to be a challenge as well when you have literally dozens of candidates. And we were a little nervous that for these national delegate ballots, we might literally have conceivably over 100 names on a ballot. And so we were a little nervous about rolling it out full bore for the state convention. The state central committee test went great. I think you'll see us doing it in the future.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Back to Johnny Cash.
Okay, why don't you come on over here to me? And you can see me fine, can't you? All right. Hey, folks, it's Mike McEntee from The Uptake. We've been here for the last 2 days, live streaming everything that's going on here at the Republican Convention up in Duluth, so you can watch from the comfort of your home without having to drive or walk or wherever you are coming from up here to Duluth to watch this yourself. And I know a lot of people who are busy with the legislature wanted to keep track of what was going on up here as well. That's why we're here. We're here to help. We're here to help provide transparency, and we also need your help too. We're able to do this service because people like you who watch us donate and support. So this is the commercial, and I'm asking you to help us out. If you can donate $25, $50, we can continue to do this through the rest of the political season. We have a lot of debates coming up. We have another convention coming up with the DFL here in just a couple of weeks, and that's only going to get live streamed if we get the support from people like you. So if you've been watching on the Uptake, that's great, and you don't have to worry, folks, you can just walk right through. If you're watching on the Uptake, just the donate button is right at the top of the page from where you're looking at me. Just come on up. Or if you're watching someplace else, continue to watch there, but come on over after you finish watching and click on the button. It does help us out. It makes a big difference. It's the reason that we're able to do this, because people like you support us. We're going to continue here to the end, show you everything that happens. We have a couple more things coming up, obviously, if you've been paying attention. We have the balloting for the Trump delegates, and we also have the presidential electors. Those are two big items left here on the agenda before we finish up here in Duluth. I want to also thank all the people who have been helping us get this done, especially Lori Pumper, who's been behind the camera today, making sure that everything's running while I'm busy typing furiously. So with that, we'll get you back to the action. Thanks again, and remember, support and donate to the Uptake.
With the CDA chair, Ted Lovedahl, please come to the podium, stage right, please, as soon as you can. Ted, are you in the building? Thank you, Ted.
Just one quick announcement directed specifically to you BPOU chairs. Jonathan up and back now has a full list of your seated delegation. And so you are free to go back and get that from him at any time if you'd like to have that information.
Mr. Chair, point of information as well.
Yep, go ahead.
Point of information, Chuck Bradford, CD1. Wanted just to bring to the attention of the body that at the State Central yesterday, we did pass a motion authorizing the state party to put up a web page specifically for the solicitation of funds to help pay down our debt. So if everybody at the state convention chipped in $5, that would go for 2 months of our debt reduction. So please chip in.
Thank you.
Yep, and what I'm going to do is basically, because we've got
So this is what's going to happen here. Get in the huddle here. So,
Mr. Chair, one more thing, if I may.
Situation is ask for a vote on each one of them individually. Paul Wendorf and then Charlie Strickland. In the end, if there are any, the main reason I'm asking is there are potential objections that are going to come up in this. I think that if confirmed, it's problematic. If there's any objections, they have a chance to vote no on it individually. Strangely enough, if they actually do go away and vote no, we could probably get Chris Fields back.
yeah, because this is a substitute. So the whole idea that after the convention, or even after, anytime after something goes wrong, there's a substitution, a way to right? So what we'll do is have you come up. Everybody else is going to work on it. One took a half hour and then it's not going on. And then I will get up and say, first I got to get the so you don't know what I mean. We need to vote on the elector. Well, except nobody knows it.
No, the nominee. There are 3 people that went through the process.
Okay, so you want? I thought you wanted to then you should just say in order for us to be able to put the voice going on.
I don't know that we need to say that. I'll just say, Ron, I would accept the motion too.
Yeah, I can do that.
Well, I can say why he's doing it.
Right.
That's the reason.
I'll include the dropout in my report.
Right. Ready to go then?
Ready to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could have your seats, we are ready to do some business here. We are going to get to the electors, and there are 2 electors to elect out of this convention. So I'd like to bring forward Carlton Crawford to discuss the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was actually surprisingly little activity around the presidential elector position, at least relative to the national delegates and alternates, whereas the presidential elector really is the only person in the state that, if they are chosen, actually gets to directly vote on the president. So it's a remarkably powerful position in our democracy. For future reference, would encourage people that have been in this party a long time and are experienced and are loyal to the party to start taking a look at that position, because it's one that is worthwhile. It's symbolically important for any of you that remember your civics, something to take advantage of if you get a chance. So 4 years from now, in the end, I hope that the nominations chair is looking at a bunch of people knocking down the door to get nominated for that position. There were 3 candidates that applied, actually a total of 4 candidates that applied, 3 that interviewed within the time while the nominating committee was in session. Those candidates are Paul Wendorf, Charlie Strickland, and Chris Fields. There has been a recent development within that group of candidates. Chris Fields has indicated a willingness to drop out of the race. That would leave 2 candidates for this position. At the moment, there is no capacity for a vote by acclamation. However, I am asking that if there is such a move, that the individual candidates for presidential elector nominee be voted on individually. That can still be by voice vote, but I would like each candidate voted on separately. Any questions on the report? Seeing no microphones and no hands, thank you very much.
What are the names again? I got the names.
Paul Wendorf and Charlie Stone.
Can I just keep that? Yep, I'll do that.
No, let's leave that.
All right. In order to do this, as you heard, we now have 2 candidates for 2 positions instead of 3 candidates. So I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules to allow us to do this via voice vote. I still do want to, Carlton recommended, that we do each candidate individually so that you don't take these as a package because of the fact that they are being brought up for the first time here. So I would...
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to vote on these separately.
I just said we're going to do that.
Yes.
Yep, we're going to do that. I'm looking for a motion to suspend...
That's what I'm doing, a motion to suspend the rules.
Okay. All right, so that we can voice vote as opposed to written for both
individually
candidates.
for both candidates.
Thank you. Second? All in favor say aye. All opposed nay. I think the ayes have it.
Point of order?
Yes.
It was Mike Cummins, Morvets. It's my understanding if you are running for delegate or alternate, you cannot run for elector.
No. Sir, I am not aware of any rule that would prevent there is definitely rules that prevent a delegate from running for alternate, but no rule that would prevent a person running for any particular office from running for elector.
Well, when we when we were running in the 8th, we were told by the rules, by the RNC rules, that a delegate or an alternate cannot also run for elector.
No. They only if you're elected a delegate or an alternate.
If you are elected a delegate or an alternate in your CD, you can then not be elected a state delegate and abandon your post. No, there is, so far as we know, no prohibition against.
That is not what we were told when I was on the nominating committee on the 8th, and we were told RNC rules did not allow a person running for delegate or alternate to also run for elector. I drop it.
What about this? What about Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Run for delegate. Strickland has not been elected delegate. If that actually is a problem, we can investigate it.
Right. Yeah. Right. I think right now we don't have. He hasn't been elected. Right. It's not a problem. It's the season you're elected.
No, I'll wait.
I wouldn't give his telephone. He's a Trump alternate, or he's running for Trump alternate, so we won't know the results.
So I would just say let's proceed with this election. And if they keep complaining, there's ways of fixing it if for some reason they have to try it out. Yeah, why wouldn't they?
Bear with us. We are doing the best we can to try to confirm and make sure that we've ruled properly on this. Shockingly, at 4:45 on Saturday, attorneys are not answering their phones.
I was here first. Let me hang on a sec, Charlie. State issue. Electors are That's not. Electors are
We have taken a look at the RNC rules and see nothing in there governing that we can find. To our knowledge, there wouldn't be an RNC rule on that because the selection of electors is essentially a state issue. So we are going to go ahead and move forward.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
An inquiry. We have two names before us.
Would you identify yourself, please?
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman. David Sturrock, Lyon County. We have two candidates before us for these two constitutionally created positions. We've heard from Mr. Strickland earlier. It would be in order, I hope you'd agree, for Mr. Lendorf to present himself and tell us something about why he merits this position. We should be able to know that before we vote. Thank you.
All right. We are attempting to locate Mr. Wendorf right now.
Thank you, Chairman.
If you are in the House, please come forward. To be clear, we will try, but there is no requirement that he speak.
And Mr. Chairman, further, if he's not available, perhaps the nominating committee could give us a brief description in lieu of that.
That's fair.
Thank you, sir.
Sit on. Oh, question of the chair. This side.
Yes.
Hi. Lauren Nowak, SD34. If we were to not vote one of the two people in, what would then be the course of action after that? Since it's two people for two positions, if we were to vote separately and not pass one of them through, how would we handle that situation?
If we come out of this convention without a slate of electors, that decision would go to the state executive committee.
Okay. Thank you.
Right there in the Constitution.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Randy Gilbert, CD3. You know, while we're trying to find that ruling, why don't we vote on the first candidate that we've already met and get that business out of the way?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea while we continue here. So we will not vote on Mr. Wendorf yet. We continue to try to find him. So we are voting on Charlie Strickland to be an elector. What? No, we didn't, do we? Yep. Actually, I apologize. We did not get to the vote on suspending the rules. I don't recall. Did we have a... Yes, we had a motion pending on suspending the rules. Did we have a second?
The rules have been suspended.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. All right. Good. So we are ready to vote then on Mr. Charlie Strickland as an elector. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. Mr. Strickland has been elected an elector.
Mr. Chairman?
Very good.
Point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
Did we vote to suspend the rules?
Yes. Yes, we did.
It was carried. There was no vote taken.
There was a vote taken. It was virtually unanimous. Somebody joked about division.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Never mind. Sorry.
All right, very good. By the way, we are now, while we're continuing to look for Mr. Wendorf, we're going to move on to confirming the electors coming from the CDs. I am going to give up the chair for that and give it to Chairman Downey because I am one of the nominees.
Saying is kind of general.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will read. These are the nominee designees elected at the congressional district conventions. Your job is to confirm these nominees. If you so choose, you can do it in one fell swoop, or you can choose to divide it, but in the end, the choice is yours. So, Congressional District 1, Carol Stevenson. Congressional District 2, Jen Thompson. Senator Thompson. Good to meet you, Senator. Congressional District 3, Linda Prestes. Congressional District 4, Chris Jacobson. Congressional District 5, K. Luke Wendt. Congressional District 6, Judd Mowry. Congressional District 7, Barb Cherestad. Congressional District 8, Mike Cummins. That concludes the report. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to treat all
Mr.
of these
Chairman?
in one group. Yes, state your name and your motion.
John O'Hara, HD 52A. I'd like to move that we confirm all nominees as submitted by their designated congressional districts.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
Any discussion? Any discussion? All right, we will take the vote on dealing with them as a group. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Was not unanimous, but it passes. Okay, so I would then entertain a motion to adopt the slate of 8 national electors as a group as read to you by the nominations chair. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
John Krennick, Senate District 64. I so move that motion.
Great. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Any discussion? See no discussion, we'll take the vote. All those in favor signify so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries, and that was unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
All right, we have not been able to locate Mr. Paul Wendorf, so we will have Carlton Crawford come forward and tell the body a little bit about Mr. Wendorf.
Okay, I'm going to simply read a little bit about his professional background and his some of his personal attributes that he indicated to us. I will start with references provided for Paul Wendorf. Those references include Senator David Hahn, Ron Ebensteiner, former chairman of the Republican Party of Minnesota, Keith Downey, current chairman of the Republican Party of Minnesota. He is an advisor to several high-tech organizations across the country, mostly related to technology. He is also, his personal attributes that he indicates are leadership, management, and judgment. His education, University of Minnesota Mankato, Bachelor of Science degree, Physics and Biochemistry, Dean's List. He has been active in politics for some time. He has also been mostly active within the 3rd Congressional District. And I'm going to keep that vague as I am not making a speech on his behalf, simply reading the information that he has provided to us. If there are any questions, I can take them and answer them as best I can. However, he performed very well in front of the nominating committee. The nominating committee is very confident in his ability to be loyal to the party, to execute the judgment of the citizens of the state of Minnesota and the Republican Party should the voters of Minnesota choose our Republican nominee. And so I have high confidence from the nominations committee that a vote for a Republican candidate will result in a vote in the Electoral College for the Republican nominee. Seeing no hands and nobody at the mic, thank you very much.
All right, we will now vote on the nomination of Mr. Wendorf. What's his first name? Paul Wendorf to the position of elector. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Wendorf is elected. One little housekeeping announcement here. All delegates and alternates, whether you're Rubio, Cruz, or Trump, should meet after the convention out in the open area find, I believe, Janet Byhofer. And you will have a meeting at the close of the convention once we adjourn. So that would be all elected delegates. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, now we are down to waiting for votes. I believe that's what we've got. So we're going to bring somebody up to speak to us from the Minnesota Young Republicans. Let's welcome Billy Grant.
I'll wait till then.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. We need a round of applause for Senator Dave Thompson. We're definitely going to miss him. So my name's Billy Grant. I'm the outreach chair of the Minnesota Young Republicans, which is the premier organization for conservatives in Minnesota. We take members who are ages 18 to 40. We also have a program for Friends of the Young Republicans. If you're over 40, you can still help us out. So what we do is we are trying to, fight the left. There's kind of a culture war going on right now. And what we're trying to do is give people a platform where they can be involved in politics and they can also be involved at a social level. So some people are really into the campaigns and knocking doors and making phone calls. And a lot of our members are involved at the social level, doing trivia nights and going out to breweries. So we have a very wide spectrum of what our members do. And if you want to help us out, you can go to www.minnesotayoungrepublicans.org and please make a donation. We could really use some extra funding right now. And get involved. If you're under 40 years old, I encourage you to go to minnesotayoungrepublicans.org right now and sign up, fight back against the DFL, and let's kick some ass in November. Thanks, everyone.
All right, folks, we've reached that point of the convention where we are now simply waiting for vote tallies, and so we will crank up the tunes, and if anybody wants to break out and dance, feel free.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Over here. Other business to address, is it possible?
The agenda has already been adopted.
No, I don't mean to make it... I got to address an issue.
What is your issue?
The literature that was handed out in the speech right here.
I would have to have a motion to suspend the rules to reopen the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we suspend the rules so that I can make a procedural point about the handing out of literature at the convention for future conventions.
In other words, you want to make a point, you don't want to actually have a discussion and vote on something?
Well, I'm wondering when the complaining time starts.
If you've been in my position, it started yesterday about 5 o'clock.
I can see that your head has 5 o'clock shadow on it.
No, you're not looking for the body to make any sort of ruling of any kind. You just want to vent.
Yeah, I want to complain.
All right, well, it's a great country. Go ahead. But not for long.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege or point of parliamentarian rule. He can just make a point of personal privilege. That's all he's doing here.
Yes, and that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not up on Robert's rules.
But remember, brevity is the soul of wit. So.
Well, speaking of brevity, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege. Coming into the hall this morning
through the tunnel, we were handed a lot of information about national delegates, and those were running on different slates. I'm not here to speak about the credibility of each candidate, other than the fact that some of the campaigns had paid for and supported by, they had the endorsed, the stamp of approval for being handed out at the convention. I need to speak to that issue. For example, there was a congressman who put up his posters that were removed because he wasn't the endorsed candidate. The irregularity that I'm speaking to specifically is there was a gentleman standing by the sergeant at arms handing out a little piece of paper. I'm holding the little piece of paper and it says, "Has your Bible been corrupted?" Because of technology, I have a smartphone. I went to the website. It's hate speech. It's hate speech on Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses and Catholics.
So are you suggesting, with all due respect, we try to suspend the First Amendment? I mean, what are we going to do?
What's the... you're right. I mean, this is just, for me, venting. Yeah, I'm more speaking to the point, okay, I understand that this is that person's position, whether I don't agree with it, and I have the right to say that. If they're going to be handing out something to delegates, it should carry with it some type of caveat that it's business related, I would imagine.
Number one,
presented by some official.
Number one, my understanding is actually the sergeant at arms did deal with it. But number two, let's not forget, and this is a very sensitive issue for me, because all across our college campuses we've decided that if something offends somebody, it shouldn't be said. And I'm here to tell you, that's a bad trend.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I respect your opinion. I'm just making the point that at this period in time, I'm standing up against this based on a procedure of having literature handed out at the convention. This person didn't maybe have a right, in the Constitution, but this is hate speech. This is what the Democrats use as leverage to say that Republicans aren't with it, as far as being...
Yep.
Yeah.
And anytime you get a group with 1,000 people in it, there's some flaming lunatics.
Thank you.
But this is America.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Point of personal privilege?
Yes.
I understand what the gentleman's saying, but if something was being handed out in the hallway or in the commons area or in the entrance or on the sidewalk in front of the convention center, the sergeant at arms doesn't really have power over that. It's once it gets into the hall that the rules apply. So while I understand what he's saying, that he's venting about it, things can be passed out and we have no power over that because it's not in the hall. So unfortunately, that's just fortunately or unfortunately, that's what happens out there, and we don't have control over it here. But on that, Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask the chair, is it possible that we could move on to the agenda item number 12 of other business while we're waiting for voting results to come back?
Because the agenda has been accepted, there is no other business before the convention to be had in the absence of a motion to suspend the rules. When the rules were adopted, or excuse me, when the agenda was adopted, that included all of the items that were then intended to be discussed at the convention.
I would like to change the subject, if I may.
Just a minute.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I'm not asking for a change in the agenda. What I'm asking for is if we could move to that agenda item while we are waiting for results. If there is other business that I would believe the convention officials would be aware of.
There is no other business and there is no other discussion because the agenda was adopted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's take a break. I'll be back here and let you know when.
May I say a quick thing? Thank you very much. We have a lot of people here today who only come out when it's a major event, such as this, or a caucus night. Once or twice a year, go to your BPOU meeting and let them know what you want. It'll go a long way to get done what you need to do.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break and let you know we got results.
Mr. Chair? We are not ready to adjourn yet.
Just a minute. I heard someone yell, who you want?
I make a motion to adjourn and post the results online.
Okay, just let me explain how this has to work, okay? Because we have not completed the agenda, a motion to adjourn is not in order. However,
thank you.
No, wait, I'm not done yet. We could move to suspend the rules. And if that motion was accepted, then there could be a motion to, for the purposes of adjournment, there then could be a motion to adjourn, as usual. What's that? Yeah, and then post the results. So
motion to suspend the rules.
Okay, all right. I do think, in fairness to the delegation, though, we should give a little bit of time for people to get back in here because it's a.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, a motion to adjourn ask the parliamentarian is acceptable at any time, and it's not debatable.
Point of order.
Just a minute, one at a time.
I just want to go home.
Yeah, but then why then have somebody else from your district come here? You know what I mean?
Call it quorum. Yeah. Just call quorum. I'm just saying. The group hasn't got it.
Well, then if they want to go home,
it's really simple. Just say quorum. You have to have a quorum to be able to do that. Suspend the rules.
We don't have
Point of order.
We're doing our research.
All right.
You have to have enough people here to do this suspend the rules, and they don't. So you say quorum.
Well,
I'm just saying. There's a lot of people that feel like they're stuck here.
That's what we're here for. Comes every 2 years. I'm CDE.
Yeah.
You want to make a motion to have all the results have all the results every vote.
They're going to post it anyway. Can I make
Mr. Chair, I would just like to make a point of personal privilege. It's unrelated to what's happening.
Let's just hold off. We're trying to figure out the situation here.
No, I'm fine. I know. Yeah.
Delegates about my question is, if we suspend the adjournment, how do we pay? You have to still get the pay.
Oh.
Anytime.
No. How do we celebrate them? Are they going to still be here? With those results? Or how do we do that? How we can. Think about before we decide.
Hey, you guys.
We can do it.
Do not mind it. I don't care about the delegation.
He's not going to listen, but if you challenge him on quorum, he'll lose.
It says a motion.
Always privilege.
Same issue that we had, right?
considered. So the question is, do you have an open vote?
With an open vote,
Can't resolve this.
okay, you guys, we gotta make a line.
Yeah. The problem is, okay, they're going to do a suspended
Well, now they're saying that
I haven't started them, and they said they're only 60% up.
Right. Well, they're, yeah, I think that makes sense. I think we're going to do a lot better if pressure's off, too. I think there's a lot of panic in there right now.
What is the worry about
or a procedural violation? Yeah. No, I get it.
Then you could go into this piece right here, you know, you want to put another step here that it is.
All right.
Abundance of caution.
All right. If we had completed all of our business, a motion to adjourn is appropriate at any time and it's non-debatable. However, since our business is not completed, there'd be a two-step process to make sure that this convention is properly adjourned. First, we would need a motion to suspend the rules that prevails with a 2/3 majority. And secondly, if in fact that motion prevails, then obviously there would have to be a motion to adjourn, a second, and the majority of the convention would have to agree. Now, if we don't agree to adjourn, obviously we just proceed as we are, waiting for the vote totals to come in. If we do agree to adjourn, then the results will be posted online, and all delegates and alternates that have been elected on the Rubio slate or group, because we know about that, and all other folks who ran for delegate or alternate under Cruz and Trump tickets, because we don't know the outcome of that, should meet at the escalators immediately upon adjournment, if we adjourn. We don't know that we will, but if that's the case.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
Yes.
All right. I know what the intent of the rules was supposed to be. However, as written and as passed by this convention, it does say under adjournment, a motion to adjourn the convention shall be debatable until all items on the agenda have been considered on the convention floor.
That's why I said we're going to debate it.
Yeah, but you don't need to suspend the rules because the rules say you can do it.
I think that may be the less safe route to go. If we're going to adjourn this convention before the business is done, I want to make sure it's the will of the convention.
Point of order, Chair. Ed Paprocki, CD5, FD46. Point of order or point of information.
Is this relating to the motion to adjourn? Because there is a motion to adjourn pending in front of the body. Has not been seconded yet, but go ahead.
This is directly related. Is a quorum required for adjournment? And if we do not have a quorum...
We're answering the question.
Well, if they don't have a quorum,
There's still open ballots. Not only for business, we're not just waiting.
Thank you.
I have delegates.
Mike wanted to say we
Senator, right?
Yep, let's take one issue at a time.
I'm on the...
Let's take one issue at a time, please. Thank you.
There's a pay issue with adjournment.
I think those are on the board.
Well, we're taking adjournment for the time being.
This bomb.
All right, a quorum of the entire convention is not required. Here is the rule under Roman numeral 1, number 5. The quorum is a majority of the delegates registered at the convention as in attendance, irrespective of whether some may have departed. Once a quorum has been established, there shall be no further question as to the quorum. So once a quorum is established for the convention, it is essentially established for the entire convention.
So for clarification, we do have a quorum at this time?
Yes, a quorum was established and people can leave and that does not matter. We can still take votes with the majority of those in attendance carrying the vote.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay. I just have a...
Could you please state your name and...
Oh, Richard Taylor, Senate District 40. And I'm just opposed to the adjournment because of...
Okay, we're not having debate on that yet. We'll get debate on that once we have suspended the rules, if we do.
Well, I'm a retired state employee and I'm not used to standing this long without a shovel.
All right. So the motion before the body is whether or not to suspend the rules.
Point of information.
Yes.
Brady Krieger, CD6, to clarify the delegates and alternates for Cruz and Trump would have to remain to find out whether or not they've been voted in.
No, they would not have to do so. However, in case they are, since we don't know the results of those two groups of delegates yet, they should remain back by the escalators for the meeting. So if they are selected, they have the information that they need to move forward. But they don't have to stay once that meeting is done.
Thank you for the clarification.
You bet. All right.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. Matthew Sikich, SD 49. The question is, when you have a meeting of the Republican Party, does it change at the state level? Because at our district level, we had 9 resolutions on the floor. Someone had a motion to adjourn, and that motion had precedent on the congressional district level, and so the rest of the business was not conducted.
That would all depend on the individual rules of the body. I have no idea what those rules are. We can only conduct this convention in accordance with our rules.
And so in this case, the Republican Party rules of Minnesota preempt Robert's Rules of Order for this meeting.
My understanding, and I can defer to Mr. Vekich, is that yes, for example, at the Senate, we operate under Masons, but we adopt local Senate rules at the Senate Republic, or at the Senate, and any conflict is resolved in favor of the local rules because the manual, so to speak, is a guidebook, and any organization can choose to have local or individual rules that preempt, in this case, Robert's rules, or at the Senate Masons.
Okay, so it's subjective to the rules of the party.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all right,
that is correct. All right, so the motion before the body.
Mr. Chairman, point of information, please.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, John Fairbairn. I'm from Senate District 30. Do I recall correctly that you put us on a temporary hold, waiting for the results of the...
No, not for results. I wanted to give it a little bit of time so that those who are outside of the...
Understood. That is the nub of my question.
Right.
If we're on a temporary recess...
No, I never recessed. I said, let's just give it a little time to allow people to come in, which now there's been a fair amount of time.
Okay. I wanted to make sure, for a point of clarification, that we were not in a recess, because in a recess, you cannot adjourn.
I did not recess. I just wanted to make sure there was time to get back in. All right. The motion before the body.
Mr. Chairman.
Point of information. I'm going to take the vote. The motion before the body, okay with that? Motion before the body is whether to suspend the rules so that before completing the agenda, we are able to adjourn or entertain a motion to adjourn. I have had the motion made. Is there a second? Second. All right. The motion is, should we suspend the rules so we can entertain a motion to adjourn? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The nays have it. The motion does not carry.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. Mr. Chairman?
What is it relevant to? I mean, we're just in a holding pattern now.
Right. There's been a couple comments made regarding adjournment that we're through with the business outside of waiting for results. That's inaccurate because we have a significant number of delegates who haven't even voted in the Trump balloting yet because they are tellers. So we are not in a holding pattern just waiting for results and let's adjourn and let's leave. We've got delegates that have not voted yet, and we should stick around at least until all the votes are cast.
No kidding.
Once they're ready for the Trump, they will vote, put it in their appropriate envelopes. So they've already done it? No. Troubles, and they will have a set of procedure. They will have the opportunity to vote.
Oh, I know.
What you stated is technically correct, but the procedure right now is once those individuals are done dealing with the cruise delegate count, they will then, there is a procedure for them as tellers to go ahead and cast their vote for those that are Trump delegates.
Mr. Chair, Anya Kroll, Senate District 33. I would just like to make a point of personal privilege. One, I'd like to thank the Republican Party of Minnesota and Chairman Keith Downey for putting on this awesome convention for everybody. And then also, yes, bravo. And then on behalf of all of the hardworking volunteers, I would like to ask all of us delegates to, I've already seen it happening, but clean up all the garbage. If any of you were here for 2014, it was like a carpet of paper, and I was on that cleanup crew, and it was a mess. So please, everybody, if you can help out, it'd be really nice. Thanks, everybody.
All right. I think actually we are going to go ahead and formally recess, and we'll recess to the call of the chair. This committee is in recess. All right. This convention is called back to order, and we have results on delegates and alternates under the cruise heading. So let's stand here for 3 minutes and let people get back into the center.
Seriously?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll take the flag back.
Now, one to go.
Yep. We only have 5 machines. We're feeding them through basically as fast as possible. We had 2 that we hand counted during the process of doing the other 16 machines. So.
Chair, permission for a point of privilege?
Yes, go ahead.
Ed Pepraki, CD5, SD46. I just wanted to convey my frustration with the earlier portion of the with pushing through the platform, and just saying that I was very disappointed that there was no language or anything that was in the platform that was regarding to the debt ceiling. And then secondly, I think in general the effort to be able to participate with having conversation, having dialogue, improves us as a whole. And so I'm also disappointed that there seemed to be a lack of interest in wanting to even discuss some of the issues. So, well, just a point of...
You are free to have that opinion. And I live in a body right now that is dominated by the other party, and votes don't come out my way every day. Now, when we had the discussion, I failed to allow discussion on the motion. That was my mistake. I freely admitted it, and I submitted it back to the body and asked if people wanted to reconsider the decision and go ahead and have the debate. I would have been happy to admit I was wrong and that I ruled that I did not carry through the will of the body. Had the body said, yes, we want to reconsider this and have debate, I would have conducted it like any other debate. The vote of the body, not my decision, the vote of the body was not to reconsider and not to debate, and it wasn't even close. Frankly, had it been close, I probably would have not given the benefit of the doubt to myself, but it wasn't close. So in the end, it was the body that chose not to have that debate. And by the way, I think that was even further validated by the strength of the vote to on the suspension of the rules. So that was the view of the body. I have no opinion as chair whether that was right or wrong, but I do know the vote wasn't close.
Understood.
Okay, let's get the results.
All right, let's get some results.
All right, Cruz delegates. Number 1, Chris Kaufman, 822. Number 2, Becky Hall, 737. Okay. It sounds really loud to me. Okay. All right. Chris Kaufman, 822. Becky Hall, 737. Marjorie Holstein, 704. And Vicky Froelich, 602. I'm not going to read the rest of them. We'll post them later or something. Okay, Cruz alternates. Kip Nipple, I hope I said that right, 1,298. Ken Murphy, 1,258. Daniel Willett, 1,246. Christina Pearson, 1,193. And I will read the last one since there's only one more. It was D. Solars, 601. So, yeah. So it was just the first 4. I just read the last one only because there was just one more. But it was just the first 4. All right. So we'll get the Trump, or the Trump one done as soon as possible.
I have an announcement for the national delegates who were elected at the congressional district conventions. We're aware that we would have a delegation meeting upon adjournment of the convention. And all of those Rubio and Cruz delegates and alternates who were elected today, and all of the Trump delegate and alternate candidates, in other words, anybody who could conceivably end up being in Cleveland, we would have a delegation meeting upon adjournment of this meeting. And so if you are one of those individuals who has been elected as a national convention delegate or alternate, or if you are one of the candidates, any of the candidates for Trump, we will have our delegation meeting in 15 minutes. According to my smartphone, that's at 5:55. And we will meet at the elevator area in the lobby. We have a delegation meeting room adjacent to that. So anybody who is expecting the delegation meeting upon adjournment, we are, as a courtesy to everyone, going to have that meeting now, essentially in 15 minutes. So all of you, please convene out by the elevators while we wait the rest of the Trump results. Thank you. Thank you, and also in the absence of the chair, our parliamentarian Mike Vekic will serve as chair of the convention in this intervening period while we are having that delegation meeting. Thank you. Sorry, we are in recess, but Mike Vekic is your chair.
Well, folks, if you've been paying attention or you've been snoozing on the couch maybe, while you've been watching other stuff, and you said, oh, somebody's standing in front of the camera, maybe something's going on. I wanted to let you know that this is pretty much over. There's going to be results announced who the Trump delegates and alternates are, and the party is going to post those online. So we have reached what we've called the point of diminishing returns here at the uptake. It is almost 6 o'clock. It's a long drive home. We like to cover things to the end, but we realize it's over. It's done. So we've taken a vote, and by 2-0, we've voted that we're going home. And we really appreciate that you've stuck with us this long. I can see my camera person is jumping up and down in joy. That's why the camera might be jiggling. So we are going to wrap things up here. I appreciate you very much sticking with us. Results will be on the Republican Party page. We will also post them in our live blog once we get them. So we will give you the results. But again, thank you for watching. We're the last 2 days. We have the DFL convention coming up here very soon. In just a couple of weeks, we plan to be there. We have debates yet to be announced in CD1, CD8, CD6, not CD6, excuse me, CD2, CD3, and who knows what else that we'll be covering, but we'll be there. And the legislature's going on right now, so go watch our legislative coverage if you need something to do, because I know if you're watching this right now, you're a political junkie and you're bored out of your mind. So the legislature's going on. We have 2, if not 3 channels of legislative coverage going on right now through the rest of the weekend and into Monday when they officially adjourn, but everything has to be done by Sunday. So watch the uptake for the next couple of days on the legislative coverage and freak out on politics, because that's what we do here for you. Okay, thanks for watching. We're shutting down. We'll see you at the next event.